Chapter 38-39. Among these heaven-opening cultivators, the 7 openings Heavenly Lord was definitely one of them. The earth protectors like the old man who had led them here should all be heaven-opening cultivators as well. As for the others, Yang Kai had no way of knowing. However, to have at least 8 heaven-opening cultivators, even if the 7 openings heavenly lands could not compare to the blessed lands, they would not be too bad outside of this world. When he first entered, Yang Kai had a rough understanding of the 7 openings heavenly lands from what he had seen and heard. Now that he was a worker of the 7 openings heavenly lands, he did not know what kind of fate he would face in 3 days. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai walked out of his room and headed towards a house on his left. When he first arrived, there was someone living in that house. Yang Kai remembered that it was a young man. Now that he had nothing to do, he might as well gather some information. He had to figure out what the odd job workers were supposed to do. However, from Zhou Zheng's attitude today, even if it was a bit of manual labor, it would not be too difficult. The worker houses here were not densely built. Each house was over 100 feet away from each other. In a few steps, Yang Kai arrived in front of the house. The house's restrictions had already been activated, and the door was tightly shut. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. The young man he had seen before stood at the entrance, looking at Yang Kai indifferently. "What is it?" Yang Kai clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, friend. This little brother is new here and knows nothing about the situation here, so I want to scram." The young man did not wait for Yang Kai to finish before slamming the door shut. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, speechless. However, since the other party was unwilling to speak, there was nothing he could do about it. After thinking for a moment, he headed to the next house. The owner of the second house was rather hospitable. He was a short old man. He welcomed Yang Kai into the house, and the host and guest sat down. Yang Kai said what he had not finished. The old man looked at him with a smile, examining him from head to toe. "Little friend, which world do you come from?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know where I came from, so I don't know how to address you." The old man said, "Then does little friend have any treasures to give this old man?" Yang Kai blinked, almost thinking that he had misheard. He asked in shock, "Sir, what did you say?" The old man smiled. "This old man is willing to answer what you want to ask, but you can't expect me to tell you for nothing. It would be best if you can give me something as a reward." Only then did Kai Yang understand that these people were looking for him for benefits. He had a lot of treasures on him, such as the blue dragon spear, the sealed world bead, and so on. Even in this world, many people would fight over them, but he couldn't just give them away. As for the others, they probably wouldn't be interested in them. What's more, he was just asking a question, yet this old man was asking him for a reward. This was really unacceptable to Yang Kai. Smiling gently, he got up, cupped his fists, and walked out of the door. The old man didn't ask him to stay. After failing twice, Yang Kai also gave up on inquiring. Anyway, he would see the results in 3 days. Returning to his residence, Yang Kai took out the space spirit bead and tried to contact Zhang Ruoxi again, but to no avail. He could only sit down and meditate. Now that he had condensed the power of the wood attribute, the next thing he needed to do was condense the power of the fire attribute. He didn't know if it was fate or coincidence, but this time he was lured into the 7 openings land and into the fire spirit land. He just didn't know if there were any suitable resources in this fire spirit land. Unknowingly, the night passed. The next day before dawn, the loud crowing of a rooster reached his ears. Yang Kai opened his eyes with a look of surprise. One had to know that he hadn't heard this sound for many years. The rooster crowing could only be heard in some ordinary people's homes. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but after listening carefully, it was indeed the sound of a rooster crowing. With a strange look on his face, Yang Kai walked down from his second-floor resting place, opened the barrier and opened the door to look outside. The sky outside was dark, but it was bustling with noise and excitement. The odd-job workers of the fire spirit land walked out of their houses one after another. Some were in groups of 3 to 5 and some were alone. They turned into streams of light and flew into the distance. Soon they disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they went. In the center of the village, a golden rooster half the height of a person was suspended in mid-air, like a small sun, exuding a golden light all over its body as it raised its head and crowed. The loud and clear sound came from this golden rooster. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and clicked his tongue in wonder. He could feel that this golden rooster should be a spirit beast with a different bloodline, and its strength didn't seem to be low. He didn't know who raised it. After 3 crows, more than half of the village was suddenly empty, and at least hundreds of people left. Yang Kai looked at it with interest, wondering if the handyman here also needed a rooster to crow before they went out to do things. Just as he was thinking this, he saw the golden rooster over there turn its head and look at him. Although it was a rooster, it had a proud look in its eyes which made Yang Kai not know whether to laugh or cry. In the next moment, the golden pheasant actually flapped its wings and flew straight towards Kai Yang, landing in front of him in an instant. Looking at each other, Yang Kai was a little surprised, wondering how he had attracted this golden rooster. However, it was the first time that Yang Kai had seen this kind of spirit beast, so he was a little curious and reached out to touch it. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hand reached out, the golden rooster stretched out its head and pecked at him with its sharp beak. Yang Kai's hand was fast, so how could he let it peck at him? He immediately retracted his hand and chuckled, "You have a big temper." Whoa whoa whoa. The golden rooster shook its wings and its golden feathers stood up, looking offended and angry. "Stop crying, what are you crying for?" Yang Kai glared at it. The golden rooster was even angrier. It kept flapping its wings, rolling up a fierce wind, and its body, which was half the height of a person, kept jumping up and down on the ground. It seemed that it was angry. Yang Kai was surprised. Seeing that this guy was making more and more noise, he reached out and grabbed the golden rooster's neck and said in a low voice, "Stop crying or I'll kill you and stew you." Golden rooster's cries suddenly stopped, and its eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Kai looked at it from head to toe and said with evil intentions, "I've never seen a chicken like you in my life. I'm sure it'll be very juicy if I stew you." "Then you're dead meat." A coquettish voice suddenly sounded out. Yang Kai looked up and saw a graceful figure walking towards them. It was the woman who was talking to Zhou Jing yesterday. He didn't take a good look at her yesterday, but looking at her now, she seemed to be in her early 20s. Her expression was still as lazy as yesterday, and her eyes were still drowsy, as if she had overworked herself. She was even yawning as she walked over, and her small red lips made one's imagination run wild. Yang Kai smiled at her. "Is this your chicken?" The woman covered her mouth and laughed. "I wouldn't dare say that." She frowned. "Why aren't you letting go? If others find out that you're holding on to General Sichin, you won't have a good ending." "General Sichin?" Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at the golden rooster that he was choking. It didn't dare to move and he was stunned. This fellow actually had such a domineering name? The woman said angrily, "General Sichin is the venerable one's pet." Yang Kai finally understood that this golden rooster's background wasn't small. In this fire spirit land, the venerable one was the sky and the earth. Even if his pet was just a golden rooster, it wasn't something that anyone could provoke. With a dry laugh, he let go of his hand. General Sichin immediately hid behind the woman, but it's fat but couldn't hide. It stuck its head out and started crying out at Yang Kai. He didn't understand, but he was probably scolding him. "I'm just joking, don't be so agitated." Yang Kai shrugged. General Sichin ignored him, and he didn't know if it was because he had someone to rely on, but it started crying out even more fiercely. All right. General, please calm down. I'll treat you to something to eat." The woman smiled, and with a flip of her hand, a fiery red worm that looked like it was carved out of fire jade appeared in her palm. The worm was about 3 to 4 inches long, and it looked like a silkworm. However, its body emitted a scorching hot aura. The worm was a living creature, but the woman had placed some restrictions on it, and it couldn't move at all. As for General Sichin, who was still fuming at Kai Yang, when he saw this long worm, he immediately regained his spirit. Stretching out his head, he pecked at the long worm and swallowed it into his stomach, revealing a look of satisfaction. The woman stroked General Sichin's head and stroked its golden feathers. She smiled. "General loves to eat this jade flame silkworm. If there's a chance in the future, remember to bring it back for him." "Where can I find it?" Yang Kai asked. "In the orchard. Although it's hard to find, there are still some." "Oh, I forgot, you're new here and don't know anything about this place." "I was just about to ask." It was rare for someone like her to come knocking on his door. Yang Kai naturally wanted to ask her some questions. This woman was different from the 2 people he asked yesterday. She seemed to be very friendly, otherwise she wouldn't have come over to remind him about General Sichin. "If you have nothing else to say, please come in for a chat." "Shall we talk inside?" The woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yang Kai replied, "I'm new here and don't know anything. I would like to ask you to enlighten me." "All right, I'm bored anyway." The woman nodded. She looked down at the golden rooster and said, "General, please go ahead. I have something to say to him." General Sichin made a few noises. The woman covered her mouth and laughed. "All right, I'll talk to him." She then turned to Yang Kai and said, "General said that since you've offended him today, he should report you to the revered one and punish you as a warning to others. However, seeing that you're new here and don't know about General Si Chen's status, General Si Chen is kind and magnanimous. He won't lower himself to your level. Although he can exempt you from the rules, he will punish you lightly." She then looked at General Si Chen and heard him giggle for a while before saying, "Catch 5 jade flame silkworms within a month." Yang Kai thought that it was something big, but when he heard that he had to catch 3 jade flame silkworms, he couldn't help but laugh. However, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, General, for your kindness. And 3 jade flame silkworms, I will definitely catch them for you." Chapter 38-40. After obtaining this assurance and seeing Yang Kai sincerely admit his mistake, Si Chen Great General walked away with his head held high. Yang Kai invited the lady into the house and sat down. There was nothing much to entertain, but the lady didn't seem to care. After exchanging names, he found out that she was called Daiyu. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai went straight to the point. "Lady Daiyu, what do the servants do every day?" Daiyu reclined on the chair, her slender figure outlined by her close-fitting clothes. She chuckled, "He's a servant. What else can he do? Naturally, it's the servant's job. To be more specific, they have to take care of the fire spirit fruit tree." "Where's the fruit tree?" Daiyu pointed in a direction. "There's an orchard there. Everyone in the servant house works there." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. "Is the fire spirit fruit used to refine the heaven-opening pill?" Daiyu glanced at him with some surprise. "It seems that you are not completely ignorant." Yang Kai said, "When I came back with the Venerable, I heard him mention it." Daiyu nodded. "You're better than me. When I first came here, I didn't know anything." She seemed to have recalled something, and there was a look of reminiscence in her eyes. However, she didn't want to say too much, so she changed the topic. "You're right. The fire spirit fruit is one of the ingredients to refine the heaven-opening pill. Other than that, there are 6 other types of spirit fruits planted in the 7 openings land." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "That means that the other 6 spirit lands are similar to the fire spirit land? They all have their own orchards and servant houses?" "Yes." Daiyu nodded. "If not, how could there be so many ingredients for the Heavenly Lord to refine the elixir? The heaven-opening pill refined by the Heavenly Lord is the 7 openings land's biggest reliance." Yang Kai's heart burned with excitement as he listened. He had come into contact with all kinds of information about the heaven-opening pill since arriving in this world, which would definitely be of great benefit to his plan to obtain the heaven-opening pill's pill recipe. Originally, he was a little reluctant to work as a servant, but now that he learned that he would have to take care of the fire spirit fruit tree, he was actually looking forward to it. He wondered what the fire spirit fruit tree looked like. "If it's convenient for Miss Daiyu, can you tell me more about the details of taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree?" Daiyu looked up at him and chuckled. "You're quite attentive. You haven't even gone to work yet and you're already inquiring about this." Yang Kai smiled. "There's no harm in knowing more." Daiyu chuckled. "Then what do I get in return?" These words sounded familiar. Yang Kai looked at her. "What do you want?" He patted his chest and said, "When I first came to this world, I didn't have anything. Other than this body, I don't have anything else. If you like it, how about I accompany you for 3 days? Daiyu covered her mouth and giggled. "No need for that." She shook her shoulders and said, "My shoulders are a little sore." In a flash, Yang Kai appeared behind her and placed his 2 hands on top of her, gently massaging her. Daiyu smiled happily. "Young man, you're very smart. Not bad, not bad." She praised him while instructing Yang Kai how much strength he should use. Yang Kai obeyed obediently, quietly pushing his Saint Chi and sending it out from his fingertips. Daiyu immediately showed a look of satisfaction before slowly closing her eyes, her demeanor becoming even more relaxed. After a long while, Daiyu suddenly spoke without opening her eyes. "There are many things to pay attention to when taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree. How often to water it, how much to water it, how often to apply fertilizer, and how often to extract the power of the ley lines. There are certain restrictions. You can't do more than that, nor can you do less than that. There's also the insect removal. You've seen the blue fire silkworm before. This kind of insect is most likely to grow on the fire spirit fruit tree. However, these insects have a certain effect on the growth of the fire spirit fruit tree, so they can't be completely removed. You need to maintain a certain number of insects. These things can't be explained clearly in a few words." Yang Kai nodded fiercely behind her and sighed. "There are so many things to pay attention to when taking care of this fruit tree? How long have you been here? What do you think? I don't know, but it shouldn't be too short. 1,000 years. Dayu showed a wry smile. 1,000 years ago, I jumped out of my own universe world and was attracted to this place. Then I stayed here for 1,000 years. That's indeed a long time. Yang Kai was secretly vigilant. 1,000 years had passed and she was still staying in this servant room. Although he didn't know what Dayu's cultivation was 1,000 years ago, it seemed that her strength hadn't increased much. So if there's a chance, it's best to leave this servant room. There's no way to make a name for yourself in this place. How do I leave? If you do a good job and earn the recognition of the higher-ups, you can naturally leave, but such opportunities are rare. Apart from that, you don't need to think about these things now. Just try it first. While speaking, she raised her eyes and stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai chuckled and retracted his hand to continue massaging his shoulders. Dayu closed her eyes again and continued, "You're new here, so Zhou Zheng will probably arrange a suitable place for you later. Don't be fooled by his smiling face, he's the kind of person who eats people without spitting out the bones. You'll understand in the future. Also, you must remember that there's a limit to the number of fruits on each fire spirit fruit tree. If they're spoiled, you must keep them. Don't keep them for yourself, otherwise no one can protect you." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "I'll remember." He thought for a moment and asked, "Do we get paid as servants?" "Yes." "Really?" Yang Kai was surprised. He had just asked casually and didn't expect to get such an answer. Dayu smiled mockingly. 3 heaven-opening pills per year. 3? Yang Kai blinked. He had never seen a heaven-opening pill before and didn't know how effective it was. He didn't know what 3 pills meant, but judging from Dayu's expression, it should be an extremely harsh number. Yang Kai didn't even need to calculate. "Then big sister Dayu, have you already saved up 3,000 heaven-opening pills?" "Who are you calling big sister?" Dayu was a bit unhappy. "Little sister Dayu? How old are you?" Dayu sneered. Yang Kai didn't say anything. Dayu snorted. "Forget it. Since you called me big sister, I'll take care of you in the future. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me when I'm free. Then I'll have to thank big sister." "Stinky brat, your mouth is as sweet as honey." Dayu curled her lips. "We're odd job workers. We come out every day when we hear the rooster. We have 3 days of rest every month. There's a market for odd job workers in the center of Qiqiao land. There's a lot of good stuff there. When we're free, big sister will take you there to broaden your horizons. Okay, call me when the time comes." Yang Kai nodded. After asking a few more questions about the 7 refinements earth and the fire spirit fruit tree, Dayu patted the back of Yang Kai's hand and said, "Good, that's all for today. You've only just arrived, so in any case be careful in whatever you do in the future. Don't let anyone catch you." Yang Kai withdrew his hand. "Okay, let's go. I'm so tired." Dayu didn't even look back. She just waved her hand and pushed open the door to leave gracefully. As soon as Dayu left, someone walked in. He looked back at Dayu's back as he walked in. Yang Kai smiled. "Miss Asun? What's the matter?" "You know that person?" Asun asked curiously. "We just met." Asun was suspicious. "You just met and you talked for so long?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Miss, are you spying on me?" "No, I just found out some information. Since everyone just arrived, I thought I'd tell you." Yang Kai snapped his fingers. "I happen to know something too." Asun's eyes turned. "Then let's share information?" "Sure." 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yang Kai didn't stay idle in the house. He went out for a walk. However, there was nothing special in the village where the odd job workers lived. He didn't find anything special. He wanted to go to the orchard to take a look, but when he got there, he found that the orchard was covered by a restriction. Without a token, he couldn't enter. In the end, he could only give up. He met many people who came from different worlds, but they were just acquaintances. They couldn't be considered friends for the time being. Every time Asun inquired about something, she would run over to share it with Kai Yang. She was truly a warm-hearted person. The other people who had come with the 2 of them had all closed their doors and not come out. Who knew what kind of taboo this was? On the morning of the 3rd day, the golden rooster announced dawn. Yang Kai pushed open the door and went out. Outside the house, figures turned into streaks of light and rushed in the direction of the orchard. Yang Kai hurried to follow. He didn't fly far when Asun called out to him from behind. Yang Kai slowed down slightly and waited for her to catch up. Then he walked side by side with her. They chatted along the way. Asun seemed to be a little nervous. Perhaps it was because she was going to face a new environment, but the little girl's mood was fluctuating. Yang Kai casually comforted her. About an hour later they finally arrived at their destination. Outside the light curtain, several figures were waiting. Except for the housekeeper of the chores room, Zhou Zheng, the rest were the newcomers who were received by the Venerable together with Yang Kai and the others. Seeing that Yang Kai and Ah Sun were late, Zhou Zheng's expression was a little uneasy. Come earlier next time. Yang Kai and Ah Sun nodded repeatedly. Zhou Zheng turned around and shook the token in his hand. A gap was opened in the barrier and the group of people rushed in. As soon as they entered the fire spirit orchard, they felt a hot aura rushing toward them. Between heaven and earth, there was an extremely rich fire aura, which made them feel a burning sensation. They had no choice but to urge their strength to resist. Yang Kai showed a look of realization. Before, he was wondering why it was called the Fire Spirit Land. Why was it so ordinary and nothing special? Now that he entered the orchard, he realized that there was nothing special in other places. The special part was in this orchard. Such an environment was in line with the name Fire Spirit Land. Chapter 38:41. However, this degree of scorching heat seemed to be a bit too strong. They had to circulate their strength to resist the discomfort. No wonder the people in the handyman's room basically hid in their rooms every time they came back to rest. Yang Kai had thought that they were indifferent, but now it seemed that this was not the case. They were simply too tired in this orchard and really needed to rest and conserve their energy. Because these people were newcomers, they knew nothing about the orchard. Zhou Zheng led everyone into the orchard and first explained the various details of taking care of the fire spirit fruit trees to everyone. Yang Kai and Ah Sun had inquired about some information before, and what they learned was not much different from what Zhou Zheng had told them, and it was even more detailed. Looking at the expressions of the others, it was obvious that they had also done this work before, so there was nothing suspicious about it. Zhou Zheng even took them to observe how some other people took care of the fruit trees and pointed out some details that needed to be paid attention to. After wandering around for half a day, Zhou Zheng led them into the depths of the orchard and assigned them to different places. Yang Kai was given 3 mu of land with a total of 30 fire spirit fruit trees. Before leaving, Zhou Zheng gave him a restriction token and instructed him to take good care of them before leading the others away. Standing in this small orchard, Yang Kai took a deep breath and felt his stomach and lungs burning. He was full of energy. From now on he would be living here for a month. Being a handyman for others was naturally not a good thing, but what interested Yang Kai was the fire spirit fruit trees. If there was a chance, maybe he could get some into his own medicine garden. It would be more convenient for him to refine the heaven-opening pill in the future. The fruit trees were 3 feet tall and had fluffy canopies. Some fist-sized red fruits were hanging on the branches. Yang Kai first put his hands behind his back and slowly walked around his 3 mu of land to inspect. Daiyu had said that each fruit in this fire spirit orchard was limited, and it would be a big deal if one was missing. Naturally, he had to count them carefully. It didn't take long for him to complete the task. The number of pills matched what was recorded in the token. There wasn't one more or one less. Standing under a fruit tree, he glanced left and right. After confirming that there was no one around, he reached out and pulled down a branch. There were 3 fire spirit fruits hanging on the branch. He leaned forward and sniffed them. A sweet aroma rushed into his mind, making him feel refreshed. This was the taste of the fire spirit fruit. He wondered what it would taste like if it was refined into a heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai smacked his lips and suddenly felt a little greedy. However, according to Daiyu, the fire spirit fruit would only ripen once every few decades. The fruit in front of him was about to ripen, so it would probably ripen in the next few years. As for him, he was only given 3 mu of land because he was not familiar with it. The other elders had at least a few hundred mu of land or even more. There were at least 1,000 people living in the fire spirit land servant house. Counting it this way, the area that this orchard took up was not small. And this was only the fire spirit land. The Qiqiao land had 6 other spirit lands. Gently letting go of the branch in his hand, Yang Kai sat cross-legged under the fruit tree. He held the jade token that Zhou Zheng had given him before he left and silently refined it. This jade token was the key to taking care of the fruit tree. The entire fire spirit orchard was covered in all kinds of large formations, all of which were controlled by the token. Without the token, nothing could be done. Every time he entered or left the orchard, he would need to use this token. To the servants of the Qiqiao land, this token was more precious than their lives. If it was lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. While he was refining the token, he suddenly heard the rustling of footsteps. Yang Kai opened his eyes and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. "It's you?" The other person also opened his eyes wide and looked around. He said in surprise, "This land is yours?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and stood up with a smile. "Why are you here?" The person turned around and pointed with a smile. "Next to you is my land." Yang Kai also smiled. "What a coincidence. We were neighbors in the servant house and now we're also neighbors here. It seems like fate has brought us together." The person who had come was none other than the old man who lived next door to Yang Kai. When Yang Kai had asked him for information, this old man had opened his mouth and asked for benefits. Yang Kai had ignored him and left. They hadn't had much interaction over the past few days, but who would have thought that they would be neighbors in the orchard? The old man looked over Yang Kai with a strange expression. He shook his head and sighed. Yang Kai said with a sullen expression, "What is the meaning of this, old man? It looks like you don't know yet. You're in big trouble." The old man pointed at Yang Kai with a distressed expression. Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "Old man, you and I don't know each other. We've only met once before, but now you've come to my place to frighten me. Do you think that a newcomer like me is easy to bully? Or did I offend you?" The old man shook his head. "You didn't offend me. Even if you offended this old man, what can this old man do to you? We're all servants in the servant house. No one is better than the other." He sighed again. "You didn't offend this old man. Did you offend someone else?" Yang Kai was speechless. "I've only been here for 3 days. Who could I have offended?" The old man asked curiously, "Then why were you assigned to this land? There are so many places in the orchard, why this one?" Yang Kai frowned. "Is there something wrong with this land?" "Something's wrong, something's wrong." The old man stood in place with his hands behind his back. He looked around and lowered his voice. "To tell you the truth, this land has changed 3 people in the past 10 years. You're the 4th. Yang Kai frowned. "Why change people?" "The trees are dead." The old man pointed in a direction. "Haven't you seen them? Those fruit trees over there are newly planted saplings." Yang Kai nodded. "I've seen them. There are indeed a few saplings over there." Yang Kai had noticed when he was patrolling. There were 3 fire spirit fruit trees over there that were clearly different from the others. They seemed to have been planted only a few years ago. Now that he heard the old man's words, he understood that the previous trees had died. The old man laughed. "As servants, losing even one fruit is a big deal, not to mention that the trees have died. This all happened in the past 10 years. Startled, Kai Yang asked, "What punishment did the 3 people from before receive?" The old man shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't seen them since the fruit trees died." Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. "Do you know what caused the fruit trees to die?" "How would I know? Although my orchard is nearby, this place is not under my management. If you want to find the reason, you'll have to do it yourself. And you have to be quick. If you're too slow, you might follow in their footsteps." After saying this, the old man shook his head and sighed again. He walked back and said, "Fate?" After watching the old man leave, Yang Kai no longer had the mood to refine the jade pendant. Zhou Zheng's figure flashed through his mind, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. He suddenly remembered that when Ah Sun came to find him the night before, she had asked him if he wanted to find Zhou Zheng to give him something. After all, he was the manager of the orchard, and he would have to work under him in the future. He might as well treat it as a good karma. She also said that the others had already given him something. Yang Kai didn't take it to heart at that time, so Ah Sun didn't say anything. Now it seemed that giving him something was not without benefits. At the very least, this piece of land did not fall into the hands of others. Thinking of Dai Yu's evaluation of Zhou Zheng, Yang Kai suddenly became alert. Sure enough, he had to be on guard against people. He had only met Zhou Zheng twice and there was no conflict between them. But now this piece of land had been given to him. Although the old man did not say what happened to the previous 3 owners of this piece of land, since the fruit trees had died, it was easy to guess what happened to them. It was too late to go find Zhou Zheng now, so he could only save himself. At the very least, he had to find the reason why the fruit trees died. Thinking this, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged again and continued to refine the jade pendant. Only by refining the jade pendant could he connect to the orchard spirit array and investigate the situation of this piece of land. The jade pendant was not difficult to refine, so it took Yang Kai less than half a day to completely refine it. He wanted to try taking care of the fruit trees himself, watering them and fertilizing them, but he was afraid that he would not be able to control the proper amount, so he simply got up and walked out. After a short while, he arrived in front of a thatched cottage. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. The door opened, and the old man who had gone to find Yang Kai before looked at him with a stunned expression. "Little brother, is something the matter?" Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "I came to ask old sir for advice on how to take care of the fruit trees. This is my first time doing this kind of thing, so I don't know what to do. I'm afraid that something unexpected might happen. It would be best if old sir could teach me carefully." The old man said, "Teaching you is no problem, but what good will it do me?" "Oh." Yang Kai shook his head. The old man laughed and said, "Why would I do something that doesn't benefit me? It was already this old man's kindness to warn you earlier. Don't push your luck. Go go go." He waved his hand continuously. Yang Kai grinned and said, "There is no benefit in teaching me, but if you don't teach me there will definitely be harm." The old man's smiling face suddenly sank. "Little brother, are you threatening this old man? This old man has lived for so many years and I'm not scared." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "Then I'll do as old sir wishes. If a tree dies on my land, I'll come here first and destroy one of old sir's trees. If 2 die, I'll destroy 2. If 3 die, I'll destroy 3. In any case, if something happens to my land, I won't have a good ending. At that time, it won't be bad to have someone accompany me." Finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Stop right there," the old man roared. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the old man with a smile. "Does old sir have any other orders?" You. The old man pointed his finger at Yang Kai, so angry that his beard trembled. "I've never seen someone as shameless and unreasonable as you. This old man is furious." Yang Kai smiled and said, "The world is hard, I have no choice." Chapter 38-42. The old man sorrowfully said, "You also know the hardships of the world, why bother to make things difficult for this old man?" Yang Kai turned his head to look around and drew a large circle with his hand. "Even if this old man doesn't have 70 to 80 mu of land, it should have at least 50 to 60 mu of land, right?" Suddenly changing the topic, the old man didn't know what Yang Kai's intentions were, so he didn't dare to rashly answer. He only looked at him with vigilance. "If you can easily take care of 50 to 60 mu of land, what's the big deal about my 3 mu of land? This is just a small matter for this old man. If this old man isn't willing to help, then don't blame me if something really happens." The old man glared at him. "You still want this old man to help you take care of those 3 mu of land?" Yang Kai grinned, "Of course not. As long as this old man can teach me for a while and let me get the hang of it, I won't dare to bother you in the future." He paused for a moment, then said, "Don't worry, I learn very quickly. I'm afraid it won't take me more than a few days." The old man's expression was helpless. "Teaching you is nothing, but remember what you said. If you dare to pester me again, don't blame this old man for being impolite." I don't dare." The old man was still angry for a while, then he raised his hand and said, "Let's go." "Old man, slow down a bit." Yang Kai hurried to help him. The old man flicked his sleeve and coldly snorted, "Don't try to curry favor. I already knew you weren't a good person, so this old man didn't bother to kindly remind you." Yang Kai laughed. "Old man, said yourself that you are kind and generous. Seeing this little one in trouble, how could you not come to remind me?" In any case, saying good words didn't cost him anything, so he didn't lose anything. Along the way he smiled and accompanied them, and in a short time they returned to the 3 mu of land. Although the old man had no choice but to agree to teach Kai Yang step by step, since he had already agreed, he didn't dare to fool around. The main reason was because he was afraid of Kai Yang's hooligan attitude. If one day a tree were to die on this plot of land, then Kai Yang might really run over to his territory and cause trouble for him. Even if it was for his own sake, the old man had to teach him carefully. Standing in front of a fire spirit fruit tree, the old man said with a solemn expression, "Although we are the odd job workers of the fire spirit land, it is not that easy to do a good job as odd job workers. There are many things to pay attention to, especially when it comes to taking care of this fruit tree. Without 3 to 5 years of immersion, it is difficult to grasp the proper measure. Let me tell you first, I will only teach you for a month. How much you can learn in this month is up to you. After a month, don't bother me again." "That's enough." Yang Kai nodded seriously. The old man sneered. Obviously he felt that Yang Kai was too arrogant, but since Yang Kai agreed, he was happy to see it. He pointed to a fruit tree in front of him and said, "Take a look and see how this fruit tree needs to be taken care of." Yang Kai examined him up and down, his divine sense drifting in and out of focus. After a long time he finally said, "I don't know." The old man said, "Put your hand on it and feel it carefully." Yang Kai obeyed and put his hand on the trunk, carefully inspecting it. After a while, he tilted his head and asked, "Do I need to apply fertilizer?" The old man rolled his eyes. "This is a healthy fruit tree. You don't need to do anything." Yang Kai said angrily, "Since it is healthy, why are you asking me how to take care of it?" The old man stroked his beard with an unfathomable expression. "This old master just wants you to remember the condition of a healthy fruit tree. With this as a benchmark, compare it to other fruit trees and you will know what to do." Yang Kai thought about it and had to admit that the old man's words made sense. Although he was teasing him, he could only endure it. After all, his attitude towards the old man just now was not very good. "I will remember," Yang Kai nodded. "Then go to the next one." The old man beckoned. After a while, in front of another fruit tree, Yang Kai felt for a long time before he said with some uncertainty, "Compared to the previous fruit tree, this one is lacking in water. Is it going to be watered?" The old man glanced at him and nodded, "Not bad." Yang Kai grinned, "Elder taught me well. Watering, let me see how to do it." He took out his token and activated it, connecting it to the array of the entire orchard. After a while, a cloud of mist gathered above the fruit tree. "It's too little, keep it up." The old man shouted from the side, "This place is full of fire spiritual power and the environment is hot. If you gather too little water vapor, it will directly evaporate and you won't be able to water it." Yang Kai did not say a word and increased his strength. The cloud above the fruit tree became thicker and thicker. "It's almost done." The old man nodded. When Yang Kai heard this, he immediately stretched out his hand and the cloud immediately covered the fruit tree. It was visible to the naked eye that the whole fruit tree seemed to be nourished a lot. Yang Kai was proud. "How is it?" "It's so." The old man naturally would not praise him and led him forward. Taking care of the fruit tree was a meticulous and laborious job, especially for a newcomer like Yang Kai. A little carelessness could ruin things. He checked the fruit tree one by one, watering it when necessary, fertilizing it when necessary, and increasing the amount of fire spiritual power when necessary. The 3 seedlings were the most important. Seedlings were the most difficult to take care of, but under the guidance of the old man, Yang Kai did a good job. Seeing him like this, the old man seemed to be quite satisfied and his attitude softened slightly. 30 fruit trees were quickly taken care of, but Yang Kai was still a little unsatisfied. It was not that he liked to do this kind of thing, but he would need to refine the heaven-opening pill in the future. As an alchemist, if he did not understand the characteristics of the materials used to refine pills, he would naturally not be able to refine pills. Taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree today would lay a solid foundation for his future alchemy, so Yang Kai was quite happy. "Let's go to your place," Yang Kai called out. The old man was puzzled. "Why are you going to this old man's place?" Yang Kai rubbed his palms together, "To help you take care of the fruit trees." The old man turned pale with fright. "Forget it, I appreciate your kindness. What are you talking about, let's go." Yang Kai did not wait for him to finish speaking and directly dragged him away. Half a day later, the old man followed behind Yang Kai with a bitter expression. Yang Kai shuttled back and forth in the old man's herb garden, using other people's fruit trees to practice. Every time he made a mistake, the old man would tremble with fear. "Old man, there are worms on the tree. Is this the blue flame silkworm?" Suddenly Kai Yang poked his head into a hole in the tree trunk. Seeing this hole, he suddenly remembered that he had promised General Si Chen 5 blue flame silkworms. "Are there worms?" Hearing this, the old man's spirit shook. He pushed Yang Kai aside and eagerly said, let me see, let me see." He studied the small hole for a while and beamed with joy. "There really are worms." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, frowning. "Why do you look so happy? What do you know?" The old man was too lazy to explain to him. He reached out and took out a green box, then took out a stick of incense. He lit the incense and gently waved it in front of the wormhole. Looking at the old man's posture, he should be catching worms. Moreover, he even had all the tools and was very skilled. It was obvious that this was not his first time doing this. After the incense was lit, there was a burnt smell. Yang Kai did not know what it was made of, but it was very strange. Yang Kai wanted to ask for an explanation, but was afraid of disturbing the old man, so he simply closed his mouth and silently observed. The old man had been here for God knows how many years. Since he cared so much about the blue flame silkworm, he must have his reasons. Moreover, Yu had said before that if he caught a blue flame silkworm in the orchard, he must remember to keep it. From this, it could be seen that the blue flame silkworm was something good. It had to be said that the old man was very good at catching worms. Not long after the incense was lit, a small red head popped out of the wormhole. Yang Kai had seen the blue flame silkworm before and immediately recognized that it was the thing that Dai Yu gave General Sichin. The blue flame silkworm was only a worm after all. Attracted by the smell of the incense, it crawled out of the wormhole and was immediately put into the box by the old man. After extinguishing the incense, the old man held the box and smiled happily. Yang Kai finally had the time to ask, "Old man, what is the use of this blue flame silkworm?" The old man glanced at him and shook his head. I can't say. Do you believe that I will uproot this tree of yours?" Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the fire spirit fruit tree in front of him. "You." The old man was at a loss for words. He stared at Yang Kai's hand and said, "Let go of me first. Tell me after I let go." Okay. When Yang Kai stopped, the old man explained, "This worm is useless to me, but you know General Sichin, right? He likes to eat this blue flame silkworm the most." "I know, so what? Is a chicken worth all of you trying to curry favor with it?" Yang Kai looked at the old man with disdain. The old man's beard trembled. General Sichin is not an ordinary chicken. He is the Venerable One's pet. In this fire spirit land he is the biggest chicken after the Venerable One. So what? If you feed him worms, do you think that he will put in a good word for you and help you get rid of your status as a servant? That's not to the extent. The old man laughed dryly, but it's not wrong to have a good relationship with General Sichin. That's it? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. What else could it be? Yang Kai looked at him seriously for a while, then reached out and grabbed the fire spirit fruit tree. "Do you believe that I will uproot this tree of yours?" "Stop it!" the old man shouted, his beard trembling. Yang Kai was unmoved and he slowly increased the strength of his hand. "I'm scared of you." The old man wanted to slap Yang Kai to death, but he resisted the urge to vomit blood and explained, "General has heaven-opening pills on him. If he is in a good mood he might give it to us. Otherwise, why do you think we are helping him catch worms?" "That chicken has heaven-opening pills on him?" Yang Kai had a look of disbelief. "Can you be a little quieter?" The old man looked around. "I already said that General Sichin is not an ordinary chicken. If you continue to speak without thinking and someone else hears you, you will not have a good ending." Quieter. Yang Kai followed the old man's advice and immediately lowered his voice, looking a little sneaky. "Has anyone gotten heaven-opening pills from that General Sichin?" He had seen Dai Yu feed it last time, but he didn't see it give him any heaven-opening pills. Chapter 38:43. If not, do you think this old man would be willing to work so hard to catch insects? The old man said disdainfully. Yang Kai rubbed his chin. So that's how it is. As an odd job worker he was given 3 heaven-opening pills every year. Although Yang Kai didn't know what 3 heaven-opening pills were worth, from Dai Yu's tone and attitude, 3 was too little. But now if he could make General Sichin happy, he could easily get a heaven-opening pill. Who wouldn't go crazy over such a good thing? No wonder this old man was so happy when he heard that there were insects on the trees. His eyes couldn't help but look at the box in the old man's hand. "What are you trying to do?" The old man hugged his treasure box and glared at Yang Kai. The main reason was that he had been threatened by Yang Kai too many times today. He already knew that this youth in front of him wasn't a good person, so when he saw Yang Kai's eyes, he could guess what he was planning. "Old man." Yang Kai patted the old man's shoulder. "You don't know, but 2 days ago I promised General Sichin that I would catch 5 blue flame silkworms for him in a month. But you know the situation on my side. There are a total of 30 fruit trees. How can there be so many insects to catch? You see, scram. If you don't give me insects, then you should at least give me a set of tools to catch insects. I think that incense is quite special. And this box, it should be specially made." The old man didn't say anything, which made Yang Kai even more certain that his guess was correct. "Old man, you don't want me to pester you day and night for this matter, right?" The old man sneered. "You really think you have this old man in your grasp?" Yang Kai said, "How would I dare? You are an old senior and I am a newcomer. How would I dare to be rude to you? It's just that I really don't have any tools to catch insects and I don't know where to get them. We are all outside, so if I can help, I'll help." The old man's face was calm and unmoved. Yang Kai continued, "At most, I'll buy you a new set in the future. That should be fine, right? This is the only set I have with me. I don't have much. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I couldn't." The old man's expression softened slightly. "Then lend it to me first." Yang Kai giggled and pointed at the box in his hand. "Lend me this bug too." If I really get the heaven-opening pill, I'll give it to you. The old man's expression changed. Really? Yang Kai put his arm around his shoulder affectionately. We're all neighbors. We'll see each other all the time. We'll have plenty of time to get along in the future. What good would it do me to lie to you? It's mainly because I promised General Si Chen that it would be troublesome if I couldn't complete the mission after a month. At least you have some sincerity. The old man muttered. If that's the case, I don't mind lending it to you. But let me say this first. If General Si Chen doesn't give me the heaven-opening pill, then there's nothing I can do. Of course. The old man nodded. But I have to remind you that catching 5 blue flame silkworms in a month is a bit difficult. I'm afraid our orchards won't be enough. 5 blue flame silkworms is difficult. Yang Kai was stunned. There aren't many blue flame silkworms to begin with. Also, these things are useful to the fire spirit fruit tree, so we can't catch all of them. Yang Kai chuckled. Anyway, we'll work hard this month. When we get General Si Chen's reward, I'll complete the mission and give you the heaven-opening pill. Deal? Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab the box. The old man didn't refuse and allowed him to grab it. Yang Kai spread his hands. There's also that incense. The old man passed the incense over. Yang Kai played with it as he asked, Where can I get this? It seems like I'll have to prepare a set in the future. The old man said, You're new here, so of course you don't know. But you'll be able to buy it at the city square later. Yang Kai nodded. Daiyu had said before that she would bring him to the city square to broaden his horizons when she was free in the future. Now, it seemed like he had to go to the city square. With this new item, Yang Kai was even more excited. He checked the trees one by one looking for blue flame silkworms. But just as the old man said, there weren't many blue flame silkworms and they were useful to the fire spirit fruit tree. He couldn't catch all of them, so he had to leave some behind. Even though he didn't catch any worms, Yang Kai was much more adept at taking care of the fruit tree. The days passed peacefully. Yang Kai constantly walked back and forth between his own land and the old man's territory. He worked under the old man's guidance and played chess with the old man when he had nothing to do. The old man's chess skills were pretty good. Yang Kai lost every game, but he wasn't discouraged. Since he couldn't cultivate for the time being, he just took it as a way to pass the time. After more than 10 days of getting along, their relationship became closer. Under the fruit tree, next to the hut, on the stone table, the black and white twins were entangled. Yang Kai sat on the stone bench and stared ahead. Old Fong, it's your turn. After more than 10 days of getting along, Yang Kai learned that the old man's surname was Fong, but he didn't know his full name. The old man didn't say anything. Anyway, Yang Kai just called him Old Fong, and Old Fong didn't care too much. Old Fong smiled and picked up a chess piece. Brat, you play chess like you want to kill someone. You're too murderous. With a casual move, the encirclement Yang Kai had painstakingly set up fell apart in an instant, allowing the black dragon to open a bloody path. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare. Just as he was thinking hard, he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air, followed by a figure landing beside him. Old Fong immediately got up and respectfully saluted, Steward Chow. The person who came was Zhou Zheng. Yang Kai also stood up and saluted, Greetings, Steward Chow. Zhou Zheng glanced at the two and frowned, What are you doing here instead of taking care of the fruit trees in your own place? Yang Kai replied, I finished taking care of them. I have nothing to do, so I'm looking for something to do with Old Fong to pass the time. Finished taking care of them? Zhou Zheng smiled, Where does a newbie like you get such confidence? Yang Kai said, Although I'm a newbie, Old Fong has taught me a lot recently. I'm already familiar with how to take care of the fruit trees. Steward Chow, if you're worried, I can accompany you to check them out. That won't be necessary. I'm just patrolling the orchard, so I don't have the time to check them one by one. However, I have to remind you that a few fruit trees died in your plot of land. You'd better be careful. If anything happens, no one can save you. Thank you, Steward Chow, for your reminder. Yang Kai thanked him verbally, but he was disgusted inside. If he really had good intentions, why didn't he say so in the beginning? Why did he assign him to such a plot of land? However, this guy was all smiles, so he couldn't say anything. Moreover, he was a steward and he was just a servant. If he really got into a conflict with him, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Zhou Zheng nodded and said, Be careful. The fire spirit fruit will ripen in 3 years. If we can complete the mission given by the Venerable One, everyone will benefit. He pointed at the chessboard and said, Don't do this kind of thing in the future. It's fine if I see it, but if the chief steward sees it, you'll be skinned alive. Yes. Old Fong nodded respectfully. Zhou Jing didn't say anything else and soared into the sky. It seemed like he was going to patrol other places. Once he was far away, Old Fang sighed and said, "Just find a chance to send something over. It seems like you've really offended him." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Old Fang said, "This isn't the first time he saw me playing chess with someone else. He didn't say anything before this, but he pointed it out today. Why do you think he did that?" Yang Kai was annoyed and amused at the same time. "I'm new here. What do I have to give him? This guy is really stingy." He didn't know how Ah-sun was doing. She probably didn't give anything to him either. Old Fang pointed at him and said, "You know you can't catch the wolf without risking the child. We're all working under him after all." Yang Kai didn't want to talk about this anymore, so he changed the topic and said, "He said something about a chief steward." "Who's that?" "Every spiritual land's orchard has a steward just like him. However, above them, there's a chief steward who reports directly to the Lord of Heaven. The chief steward is the Lord of Heaven's people. Even the Venerable One has to show him some respect." Yang Kai said, "Oh. Speaking of which, what's the problem with your plot of land? Have you checked it out?" Old Fang asked again. "There's no problem." Yang Kai frowned. "I've checked it more than 10 times. What's the problem? Furthermore, you've seen the situation of the fruit trees. If there's really a problem, the fruit trees will be able to detect it immediately." Old Fang sighed. "Actually, Steward Chow has also checked it out personally, but he didn't find anything. I don't know why the trees died. I think you're on your own now. Good luck." Yang Kai said, "Let's not talk about this first. What's more important now is the 5 blue flame silkworms. What do you think will happen to me if I don't fulfill General Si Chen's request? It won't end well. Could it have forgotten about it long ago? After all, it's just a chicken. General Si might forget about other things, but he definitely won't forget about the blue flame silkworms. Then I'll be in trouble?" Yang Kai frowned. Ever since he caught the first blue flame silkworm, he hadn't caught a second one. Although Old Fang's fruit trees still had blue flame silkworms, they couldn't be caught. Old Fang said that those silkworms had to be left behind. If they were caught, it would definitely affect the fruit trees. Affecting the fruit trees was a matter of life and death. Yang Kai guessed that if he tried to catch the silkworms, this old man would definitely fight him to the death. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "What do you think if I go to someone else's orchard to catch the silkworms?" Old Fang laughed coldly. "No matter who it is, they won't agree to it." Yang Kai patted his shoulder. "So, Old Fang, I'll need your help." Old Fang was shocked. "What help?" Yang Kai hooked his finger and gestured for him to come closer. Then they whispered in each other's ears. Old Fang's face darkened as he listened. He didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish and scolded, "Scram! I can't believe you came up with such a good idea. If this gets exposed, both of us will be finished." "Are you exaggerating?" Yang Kai was stunned. "I'm just asking you to lure the silkworms away." Chapter 38-44. Be careful, don't be too eager for quick success. The blue flame silkworm is easily frightened. If it hides back, we won't be able to catch it again. In front of a fruit tree, Old Fang nervously watched Yang Kai's movements and secretly transmitted his voice to him. Yang Kai held the treasure box in one hand and the incense in the other. His expression was solemn, as if he was in a life-and-death battle. He impatiently replied, "I know, you've already said it so many times. Can you stop?" Old Fang smacked his lips and remained silent. The incense dispersed and a small red head slowly poked out from the hole in the tree. Attracted by the incense, the silkworm's figure slowly appeared. It wasn't until half of his body had crawled out that Yang Kai waved the treasure box in his hand and collected the long worm into it, closing it with a bang before letting out a hearty laugh. "Success!" Old Fang looked at him. "This is only the second condition, why are you so happy? Don't forget, you promised him 5 conditions. Yang Kai's laughter suddenly stopped and his mouth twitched. "Then what do we do?" Old Fang scoffed. "You're asking this old man, who should I ask? There's no more time." 1 month. So fast? Yang Kai was stunned. Just as they were talking, the crisp sound of a bell entered their ears. Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask, Old Fang said, "We can go now. The next 3 days are for rest." "Don't go." Yang Kai grabbed him and said sneakily, "Let's wait for a while, wait for them to leave first." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a strong repulsive force coming from all around him. He could not resist at all. His vision blurred, and when he regained his senses, he was already outside the orchard. Yang Kai was stunned. Perhaps it was because he was caught, but old Feng explained, "Once the time is up, no one can stay in there. You're on your own now." After he finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards the servant room. Yang Kai scratched his head and watched as the figures turned into streaks of light and left. He could only helplessly follow. His 1 month of life as an odd job worker was rather uneventful. The only thing missing was the 5 jade flame silkworms that he had promised General Chen. He only had 2 on hand. She wondered what Golden Rooster's reaction would be when he found out. However, since things had already come to this point, there was no point in thinking too much about it. He could only counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. In the orchard, he had to constantly use his strength to resist the scorching heat. It was really tiring, and the others were probably not much better. When Yang Kai returned to the village where the handyman house was located, he saw that all the doors were closed. Everyone was probably resting. He returned to his residence, opened the restriction, and sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. He did not speak for the entire night. Early in the morning of the second day, the sound of a golden rooster crowing could be heard. Even the restriction could not block out this sound. Knowing that he had 3 days to rest, Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to it. Who would have thought that a moment later, a knocking sound could be heard from outside the door? "Who is it?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and shouted. There was no reply from outside the door. The knocking sound was still rhythmic. He helplessly got up and opened the door. What entered his eyes was a dazzling golden light. When he looked carefully, he saw a golden rooster that was half the height of a human standing outside the door. It was majestic and had an extraordinary aura. After staring at each other for a while, Yang Kai closed the door with a bang. After 3 breaths of time, it was as if a volcano had erupted. Not only that, General Chen's crowing could be heard from outside the house. Yang Kai knew that the situation was bad. He knew that if he didn't do anything he would alarm Zhou Zheng. This guy was already looking for trouble with him, so if he was caught by him at this time, he would definitely not have a good ending. He had no choice but to open the door again. With a face full of surprise he said, "So it's General Chen. What a rare guest." General Chen seemed to be very angry. He extended his beak and pecked at him. Yang Kai dodged and asked curiously, "What is General Chen doing?" General Chen's fat buttocks blocked the door. He flapped his wings and cried out. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. This idiot's memory was not bad. He could still remember the agreement from a month ago. He had only rested for 1 night when he came back, and now he was here. Seeing that General Chen was making more and more noise, there were already many servants who opened their doors and looked over. Yang Kai had no choice but to take out the box and say, "General Chen wants the blue flame silkworm, right? I've caught one for you. It's right here. Please calm down." Once the box was taken out, General Chen immediately calmed down. He stared at the box without letting go. Yang Kai could not help but curse. If General Chen liked eating insects so much, why didn't he go to the orchard to catch one himself? General Chen watched as Yang Kai took out a blue flame silkworm from the box. In the next moment, General Chen extended his head and pecked the blue flame silkworm, disappearing without a trace. "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you." Yang Kai smiled wholeheartedly. He was thinking about what to say after he finished feeding the other blue flame silkworm. This golden pheasant did not seem to be easy to fool. He had promised to feed it 5 times, but now there were only 2 left. He did not know if it would be willing to accept. Should he just drag it into the room and kill it? Once this thought came to his mind, Yang Kai immediately dispelled it. There were so many people who saw this golden pheasant and came looking for him. If something happened, he would not be able to clear his name. After delaying for a while, the second blue flame silkworm was fed. Yang Kai scratched his chin and probed. General Chen may not know, but this blue flame silkworm is of the fire attribute and has a strong temperament. If you eat too many at once, I'm afraid it will not be good for your body. Why don't you go back and rest for a while before eating the remaining 3 silkworms? General Chen ignored him. He tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai with one eye. The chicken's eye was filled with a human-like ridicule. Yang Kai immediately became angry. He felt that he was being looked down upon by a chicken. Before he could say anything else, he suddenly heard a pleasant voice from outside the door. "Yang Kai, you left your things with me." As soon as he finished speaking, an object flew towards him. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He was overjoyed when he saw what it was. In his hand was a box used to catch insects. With a sweep of his divine sense, there were exactly 3 blue flame silkworms inside. He raised his head and nodded to express his gratitude. He shook the box in his hand and said, "General C, do you still want to eat?" Ooh, Yang Kai did not waste any more words with him. It was more important to get rid of this god of pestilence. He quickly took out the 3 blue flame silkworms and fed them to General C Chen. He then let out a sigh of relief. "General, 5 blue flame silkworms, no more no less. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." General C Chen started to ooh at him again. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "General, what do you mean by this? We had an agreement a month ago. Are you going back on your word?" Dai Yu, who was leaning against the door, covered her mouth and laughed. "General C Chen is a man of his word. How could he go back on his word? Little brat, why aren't you reaching out your hand? General C Chen has a reward for you." "A reward?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He immediately regained his senses and hurriedly extended his hand in front of General C Chen. General C Chen opened his mouth and a ball of golden light floated out. That ball of golden light landed on Yang Kai's palm. When the light dissipated, a spirit pill emitting a 7-colored glow appeared in front of him. Heaven-opening pill? Although Yang Kai had never seen a heaven-opening pill before from his conversation with Old Fong, he could tell that the spirit pill in his hand was definitely a heaven-opening pill. He had long heard that General C Chen would bestow a heaven-opening pill if he was in a good mood. He never thought that he would really be able to obtain one. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly cupped his hands. "Thank you, General C Chen." General C Chen had already turned around and strode out of the door, swaying his butt. "General C Chen, take care. Come and play when you're free." Dai Yu smiled and called out. After Jinji left, Yang Kai grinned and shook the heaven-opening pill in his hand. "My luck is pretty good." Dai Yu rolled her eyes and said, "Every newcomer will be given a heaven-opening pill the first time they feed the blue flame silkworm to the general." Yang Kai was stunned. "Is it always?" Dai Yu shrugged. "In all these years I've never seen an exception." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he gritted his teeth and cursed, "That old fox." No wonder Old Fong was so straightforward when he asked to borrow the bug-catching tools. It seemed that he knew about this matter and made him think that Old Fong had a good character. It turned out that he had been eyeing the heaven-opening pill for a long time. Speaking of that old fox had arrived. Old Fong rushed into the room in a flash. He smiled and nodded at Dai Yu. "Miss Dai Yu's here." "Old Fong." Dai Yu nodded. "I've come to find this brat for something." Old Fong pointed at Yang Kai and walked in front of him, reaching out his hand. "Brat, take it out. Don't say you don't have anything." Seeing the bright smile on Old Fong's face, as if he had made a fortune, Yang Kai wished he could take out the black dragon spear and stab him to death. "Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" Old Fong urged, looking like a creditor. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and placed the heaven-opening pill in his hand. Old Fong immediately smiled and carefully put away the heaven-opening pill. Then he reached out his hand again. "Where's my stuff? Give it back to me. Lend it to me for a while longer." Yang Kai turned his head. "Don't give me that. If I lend it to you, how will this old man catch bugs? Hand it over or this old man will fight you to the death. Go ahead and try." Yang Kai glanced at him. Old Fong turned to look at Dai Yu. "Miss Dai Yu, please be reasonable. This brat borrowed something and didn't return it. His character is simply too bad." Dai Yu smiled. "When did you two become so close?" Old Fong rolled his eyes. "Who's close to him? It's his orchard that's next to this old man's. You don't know, but this old man has been ordered around by him like a laborer for the past month. Don't even mention how much I've suffered." Dai Yu's expression changed when she heard this. "Next to your orchard? Could it be that piece of land?" Old Fong nodded. "Yes, it's that piece of land." Dai Yu frowned and pondered for a while before saying to Yang Kai, "Return it to him. Big sister will take you to buy a new set later." Yang Kai was quite unhappy. He hadn't even warmed up the heaven-opening pill and now it belonged to someone else. He didn't even have time to carefully study it. Although they had made an agreement, Old Fong had set a trap for him. Chapter 38:45. However, Dai Yu had already spoken, so he had to return it. Reluctantly, he returned the box and the remaining half of the incense stick and left happily. Glancing over at Yang Kai, Dai Yu chuckled and said, "Good, don't be depressed. Although I don't know what kind of agreement you reached with Old Man Fong, since it's an agreement, it must be fulfilled. You feel like you've suffered a loss because you know too little about this place. Learn from your mistakes and be careful in the future." Yang Kai nodded. In fact, he wasn't that angry. Although Elder Fong didn't tell him some things, he did teach him a lot in this month. Many thanks to Miss Dai for helping me out. Yang Kai cupped his hands in thanks. If Dai hadn't sent 3 blue flame silkworms, he didn't know what Golden Rooster would have done to him. Dai looked at him with a smile. You don't call me sister anymore? Yang Kai asked curiously, when did you call me sister? Dai pursed her lips. Didn't you call me sister before? Yang Kai rolled his eyes and changed the topic. Miss, you know that I can't catch 5 blue flame silkworms, so you came here on purpose, right? Dai nodded. You're a newcomer and don't even have the tools to catch insects. How can you catch 5 blue flame silkworms? And I was there that day. Now that I know, I can't just ignore it. I was worried that you didn't have enough. Fortunately, you caught 2 already. It was a close call. In any case, I will remember your kindness today and repay you in the future. You'd better get through the difficulties in front of you first. Dai frowned. What difficulties? There's something wrong with your land. Dai looked at him. Didn't Elder Fong tell you? He did. He said that 3 trees died and 3 people changed in the past 10 years. I'm the 4th. Yang Kai touched his chin, but I also checked carefully. There's nothing wrong with the land. I can't see anything wrong with the fruit tree. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean there's no problem. The person before you also investigated it, but from the time when the problem was discovered to the time when the fruit tree died, it was only a month. If you really find something, you must be careful. I'll keep that in mind. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Well, it's rare for you to rest. Do you want to go to the market? Dai looked at him with a smile. Let's go. Yang Kai was suddenly energized. I still need to buy a set of bug-catching equipment. Then follow me. Dai waved her hand and led the way. Yang Kai closed the door and followed him. The 2 of them sped all the way up into the sky. Yang Kai was surprised. Then the market is not in the Fire Spirit Land? Dai shook her head and chuckled. Qiqiao Land's market is targeted at all spiritual lands, so not only are there people from the Fire Spiritual Land, there are also people from other spiritual lands. Yang Kai frowned and said, then is it okay for us to just walk out like this? Will there be anyone stopping them or something? Although we can leave the Fire Spirit Land, the entire Qiqiao Land is covered by a great formation. Without orders and a method of entry and exit, we can't leave. So don't think too much about it. She suddenly lowered her voice and said, don't think too much about it. Otherwise it won't end well if we are caught. Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully and nodded. I understand. Just as Dai said, there were no obstacles in leaving the Fire Spirit Land and it was easy. After leaving the Fire Spirit Land under Dai's guidance, the 2 of them headed straight for a place covered in clouds. In just half an hour they arrived in front of the clouds. Dai sent a voice transmission. Follow me closely, don't get lost. She took the lead and rushed into the clouds, Yang Kai following closely behind. Shuttling through the clouds, Yang Kai was isolated from the rest of the world except for the graceful figure in front of him. After a stick of incense worth of time, the surrounding clouds dissipated and what appeared before Yang Kai's eyes was a silent yet lively world. It was quiet because there was no trace of world energy here, nor was there any sign of life. There was not a single trace of green in this world. It was lively because there were people coming and going like a sea. Looking down from above, one could see buildings of different styles arranged messily on the ground. There was no sense of beauty to speak of. The entire market was not big, only about 100 miles in radius. One could see the end of it at a glance. The end was wrapped in clouds and the sea of fog churned as if it was alive. Dai explained, it is said that this market was originally a fragment of a Qiankuan world. The heavenly monarch brought it back when he was traveling the universe and put it here as a place for us servants to trade. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder it's so desolate. Since it was a fragment of a Qiankuan world, this scene was not surprising. If the star boundary had not been able to stop the great demon god's plan, it would have fallen apart and been eaten by Ada. Not even a fragment would have been left. Suddenly he asked curiously, where do the disciples of the Qiqiao lands trade? They are in another place. They usually don't care about the things in the hands of us servants. However, there are also disciples of the Qiqiao lands here to maintain order. You have to be careful when you see people wearing rainbow robes. Also, the Qiqiao lands have a few shops here that sell some things to us servants. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. The market here is only open for 3 days every month. It is the 3 days when servants like us rest. After 3 days it will close. So if you want to buy something, you have to come here during these 3 days. Let's go down first and buy you a set of insect-catching tools. Dai called out and flew down first. Yang Kai followed behind her and looked around curiously. He found that it was not only the 2 of them, but also many servants flying down from different places. Obviously, they were all taking advantage of this time to buy and sell things in the market. Landing in the crowd, the noise immediately came from all directions. Yang Kai was in a daze as if he had returned to the past. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of market, but the participants were very different from before. These people coming and going were all existences that had condensed their own Dao seals. In the star boundary they would be great emperors. In the market, most of the stalls were set up everywhere, and all sorts of strange things were displayed on the stalls. The stall owners were either sitting at the back with their eyes closed in meditation, or they were bargaining with interested buyers, and there were even some who were shouting loudly to attract the attention of the passers-by. There were also some shops, but they were built randomly. They were not beautiful, but they were slightly larger than the stalls set up everywhere. Only a few of the shops were built with a solemn atmosphere. Those must be the shops of the Qiqiao lands that Dai Yu mentioned. Shuttling through the crowd, Yang Kai was almost dazzled. The people coming and going here came from different Qiankuan worlds. The things they brought were basically unique to their respective Qiankuan worlds. Yang Kai did not recognize most of the things in the stalls. However, after walking for a while, Yang Kai found that although this place was lively, there were not many transactions. Even if there were transactions, they were basically bartering. Thinking about it carefully, he understood. As a handyman, it was not easy to earn 3 heaven-opening pills a year. Each heaven-opening pill was an extremely precious treasure to a handyman. If they could barter, they would naturally not spend heaven-opening pills to buy them. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a problem and asked, "Little Dai, what do I have to pay to buy those insect-catching tools? Heaven-opening pills? What did you call me?" Dai Yu turned to look at him. Yang Kai giggled, "Little Yu?" Dai Yu glanced at him and nodded. Those tools were refined by the Qiqiao lands. They only accept heaven-opening pills. "I don't have heaven-opening pills." Yang Kai spread his hands. "I'll lend them to you." Dai Yu smiled. Since she had brought Yang Kai here, how could she not have considered this problem? "How can I accept that?" Yang Kai rubbed his hands. 9 times out, 13 returns. Dai Yu smiled slyly. Yang Kai nodded happily. "Fine, then I'll take it as you lending it to me." He then frowned. "But if we do that, how can the newcomers buy the insect-catching tools? What if the insects on the fruit trees need to be caught?" Dai Yu led the way as she said, "Ask others to help, just like how you asked Elder Fong. No one would refuse such a good thing." Yang Kai understood. If others helped catch the insects, then the blue flame silkworm would belong to them and they could feed it to General Sichin. Who knows, they might be able to get an heaven-opening pill. Naturally, no one would refuse. They could even make an agreement with the newcomer like Elder Fong, letting the newcomer feed General Sichin and get the heaven-opening pill as a reward. Thinking about it this way, it was not easy for a newcomer to gain a foothold in this place. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of a shop. Although this shop was not built to be very grand, it was more impressive than the others. Needless to say, this shop was opened by the Qiqiao land itself. The shop was bustling with activity, all the disciples of the Qiqiao land wearing 7-colored robes. There was a world of difference between them and the other workers. When they entered the shop, there was no warm greeting. There was only a young man sitting behind the counter with his head lowered, casually asking, "What do you want?" Dai Yu stepped forward with a smile. "Brother, I want to buy a pure wood box and 2 boxes of 100 refined incense." Hearing her sweet voice, the young man raised his head and smiled, 30 heaven-opening pills. As he spoke, he looked her up and down, his gaze lingering on her full breasts. Dai Yu frowned. "Brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Previously, only 25 pills were enough." The young man leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "The price has increased." "When did this happen?" "The price didn't increase when I came 3 months ago." The young man said, "This month." "Miss, do you not have enough heaven-opening pills?" "No problem, do you want me to give you some?" "Not only that, I can give you 1 heaven-opening pill every month." "Brother, I appreciate your kindness." Dai Yu slowly shook her head and waved her hand, placing 30 heaven-opening pills on the counter. Chapter 38-46. The young man glanced at the opening heaven pills on the table and chuckled. 30 opening heaven pills is equivalent to 10 years of service. That's not a short time. Have you thought it through? Dai Yu pursed her red lips and said, "Thank you for your concern, brother. I can still afford 30 opening heaven pills." "That's fine too." The young man nodded and waved his hand, putting away the opening heaven pills in front of him. Then he threw out a box and 2 boxes of incense before lowering his head and continuing with his work. Dayu put away her things and politely said her goodbyes before leading Yang Kai away. The young man's voice came from behind. "Miss, you can think about it slowly when you go back. If you've made up your mind, you can come find me here at any time. Every month when the market opens, I will be here." Dayu didn't stop and ignored him, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Following behind her, Yang Kai couldn't help but look back at the shop and sigh slightly. He had been here for a month and had been hanging out with old Feng in the orchard, so he didn't know much about what it was like to be a servant. Today he finally learned a little. He wasn't a child. That young man from Chiqiao land wanted to give Dayu something for no reason and even said he could give her 1 opening heaven pill every month. Yang Kai could naturally see what he was thinking. 1 opening heaven pill every month, in other words 12 opening heaven pills every year. Compared to working hard as a servant, this was 4 times the income. As long as Dayu nodded and paid a little more, she wouldn't have to work as hard as before. It could even be said that by relying on the big tree of Chiqiao land, she would have a chance to get rid of her servant status. The only thing that Yang Kai was glad about was that the young man didn't use force. He didn't know if it was because of the rules of the sect or some other reason, otherwise Dayu wouldn't have been able to resist. But then again, even if Dayu really agreed, Yang Kai wouldn't say anything. First, the two weren't very familiar with each other, so it wasn't Yang Kai's place to tell her what to do. Second, if she really could find a way out for herself, Yang Kai would only be happy for her. 1,000 years of life as a servant hadn't changed. How long would it take for her to make a name for herself? Dayu suddenly tilted her head and asked, "You've just entered the world outside of Chengkuan. Do you know the power system here?" Yang Kai said, "There are 9 grades of heaven opening." Dayu smiled, "So you know, then there's no need to waste your breath. There are many materials in this market for condensing the 5 elements of yin and yang. It can be said that these are the most common items in the market. You can take a look around. Maybe they will be useful in the future." "Really?" Yang Kai's spirit was shaken, and he immediately looked around. Soon he found something that caught his attention and hurriedly walked in that direction. When they arrived in front of a stall, the stall owner immediately greeted them warmly. "Little brother, do you want to buy something? Feel free to look around and pick whatever you like. My items here are the best in quality and cheap. I guarantee that you won't be disappointed." There weren't many things in the stall. There were only a few medicinal herbs that Yang Kai didn't recognize, a few strangely shaped oars and a long sword. What attracted Yang Kai's attention was a fist-sized crystal that was completely red and pure. From this crystal, Yang Kai could feel scorching fire spirit energy. Little brother has good eyesight. This fire spirit crystal can be considered the best thing I have. It took me a lot of effort to obtain it. If little brother buys it, you will definitely be able to condense the power of the 5 elements and reach heaven opening. Once you reach heaven opening, you will be able to get rid of your status as a servant and rise up the ranks. The stall owner spared no effort in promoting. "Why don't you use such a good thing yourself? Why are you selling it?" Yang Kai played with the fire spirit crystal in his hand and smiled at the stall owner. The stall owner frowned and said, "Little brother, you also know that once you condense the power of the 5 elements, you have to follow the order. If you mess it up, there will be endless troubles in the future. To tell you the truth, what I need now is water attribute materials. This fire spirit crystal is temporarily useless to me. I just want to sell this thing first and then use the money from the fire spirit crystal to buy the materials I need. If not, how could I be willing to sell it?" After a reasonable explanation, Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "How much is this thing worth?" The stall owner stretched out his hand and gestured a number. "It seems that little brother is a straightforward person. I won't give you a false price, so you don't need to haggle. The fixed price is 150 heaven opening pills. How about it?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Dayu. Dayu smiled and said, "The price is reasonable." The stall owner smiled and said, "Look, your companions all say that the price is reasonable. I, Liu Bei, have always been open to doing business. I've never done those superficial things. If you think it's suitable, we can make a deal." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and put down the fire spirit crystal in his hand. "Sorry, I have only been here for a month and don't have any heaven opening pills on hand." "Is that so?" The stall owner was not angry when he heard this and smiled at Yang Kai. "It doesn't matter. Even if we can't make a deal, we can still be friends. It won't be too late for you to buy it when you have enough heaven opening pills. Of course, at that time, maybe I will have found a buyer for this fire spirit crystal. 150 heaven opening pills would take him at least 40 to 50 years to save up. There were too many variables in such a long time. Then I wish Brother Lu a prosperous business and a prosperous source of wealth. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your auspicious words." The stall owner smiled. He turned and left with Dayu. After walking some distance, Dayu said, "If you aren't in a hurry, you should save up more heaven-opening pills. The fire spirit crystal you saw just now is only a first-grade material. If you use that kind of material to condense the power of the 5 elements, your future achievements will be limited." That fire spirit crystal is a first-grade material? Yang Kai was stunned. Heaven opening was divided into 9 grades, and materials used to condense the power of the 5 elements were also divided into 9 grades. First-grade materials were second grade and 9th-grade materials were the highest. However, this was all he knew. As for how to distinguish the grades of materials, he had no idea. Even if Dayu hadn't said anything, he would have asked. Yes, if you use a first-grade material to condense the power of the heaven-opening realm, the heaven-opening realm you reach will only be a first-grade material. Yang Kai frowned. Will anyone buy something like that? If it's someone with a background, they naturally won't bother to buy it, but workers like me don't have that many choices. Over the years, I've seen quite a few workers reach the heaven-opening realm and break free of their status as workers, but those heaven-opening realm cultivators are only at the 1st or 2nd grade. Even if they temporarily break free of their status as workers, so what? They'll stop there for the rest of their lives. There are workers reaching the heaven-opening realm? Yang Kai was stunned. If that was the case, then his previous estimate had been wrong. He had thought that there would be at least 8 heaven-opening realm cultivators guarding the 7 openings realm, but now it seemed there were more than 8. Perhaps there were even 80. Of course, it was hard to say what kind of strength these first-grade and second-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators could display, but they were still a bit stronger than those in the Emperor realm. First-grade materials cost 150 heaven-opening pills. Then what about second-grade materials? Yang Kai asked. Generally, the difference in value between a first-grade material and a first-grade material is 10 times. 10 times. Yang Kai was shocked. If that was the case, second-grade materials would cost 1,500, third-grade materials would cost 15,000, fourth-grade materials would cost over 100,000, fifth-grade materials would cost over 1 million, and sixth-grade materials would cost over 1 million. As for sixth-grade materials, Yang Kai suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Heaven-opening realm is divided into 9 grades, and these 9 grades are divided into 3 levels: high-grade heaven opening, mid-grade heaven opening, and low-grade heaven opening. High-grade heaven opening is the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade heaven opening. Mid-grade heaven opening is the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade heaven opening, and low-grade heaven opening is the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade heaven opening. Among them, the 4th and 7th grade are 2 huge watersheds. Yang Kai nodded seriously. I understand. He suddenly lowered his voice. Then do you know what grade heaven monarchs and venerables are at? Dayu slowly shook her head. I'm not too sure, but I once heard someone say that heaven monarchs are at the 4th or 5th grade heaven opening. Venerables are probably a bit weaker than heaven monarchs. Yang Kai made a sound of acknowledgement. The two chatted as they walked. Yang Kai also stopped in front of the stalls from time to time to check the prices of the materials used to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. He found that it was just as Dayu said. The difference in price between each grade was calculated by 10 times. Moreover, looking at the entire market square, the materials sold by the workers' stalls were all at the 1st or 2nd grade. There were no materials above the 3rd grade at all. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. The odd-job workers of the Qiqiao lands all came from different universe worlds. After entering the universe worlds, they were enslaved. Even if they had good things on hand, they wouldn't be able to keep them. That Zhou Zheng even accepted gifts, but because Kai Yang didn't give him anything, he was given a piece of land with a dead tree. Only these 1st or 2nd grade materials could be preserved by the workers. You've already condensed the power of the wood element? Dayu suddenly asked. Yang Kai didn't deny it and nodded. Yes. There was nothing to deny. In any case, the power of the immortal tree was completely contained in the seal. Others couldn't tell what grade of material he used to condense it. It wasn't strange that Dayu could tell. He was too interested in fire attribute materials along the way. Dayu said, if that's the case, next time you go to the orchard, you can try to use the power of the wood element to nourish the fruit trees. Wood breeds fire? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Dayu chuckled, exactly. But remember to control your strength. Going too far is as bad as falling short. I understand. I'll be more careful. They walked in front of a shop. This could be considered the tallest building in the market square. It was actually divided into 3 floors. Among the scattered buildings in the market square, it looked like a crane among chickens. Go in and broaden your horizons. Dayu smiled. Chapter 38:47. What is this place selling? Yang Kai looked up and saw 3 words written on a signboard in front of the shop. Kai Tian Hall. After entering the shop, Yang Kai understood what kind of business this Kai Tian Hall was doing. It was a place that sold yin yang and 5 elements materials, but the scale and layout of this place couldn't be compared to the messy stalls outside. Following Dayu around the first floor, Yang Kai was dazzled. This floor was filled with counters, and inside the counters were transparent containers containing yin yang and 5 elements materials. There was a wide variety of materials. However, the prices were still a bit higher than the ones outside. Even so, there were still people who made deals here from time to time with the Qiqiao disciples wearing 7 colored robes. They're all first-grade materials? Yang Kai quietly asked. Along the way he had a rough idea of the grades of these materials. After walking around, he found that all the materials on this floor were first-grade materials. Dayu nodded. The first floor is first-grade materials, the second floor is second-grade materials, and the third floor is third-grade materials. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There are third-grade materials for sale here? According to his previous calculations, third-grade materials required more than 15,000 Kai Tian pills. This number was no less than an astronomical figure for a worker. Based on the wages of a worker, it would take at least 5,000 years to save up that much. However, which worker would not eat or drink for such a long time and not use a single Kai Tian pill? No worker could really work here for 5,000 years. Do you want to take a look? Dayu smiled at him. Yang Kai said, since we're already here, we naturally have to take a look. Then let's go. Dayu called out and led Yang Kai up the stairs. He didn't stop at the second floor and went straight to the third floor. The area of the third floor was much smaller than the first floor, and there weren't many materials on display. Qiqiao Land probably knew that it was extremely difficult for the workers to purchase grade 3 materials, so there was no point in having too many materials on display. Thus, they casually displayed a few to give the workers something to look forward to. Only then would they have more motivation to work. Yang Kai couldn't help but suspect that the materials on the third floor were like the carrots in front of the donkey cart. Take a look yourself. Dayu smiled. As long as you don't touch anything, no one will care. Yang Kai nodded and walked around with his hands behind his back. There were also Qiqiao disciples on the third floor, but as Dayu said, as long as he didn't touch anything, they wouldn't say anything. Yang Kai looked at each counter, carefully memorizing the characteristics of the third-grade materials. His pace was neither fast nor slow. For someone who used the immortal tree to condense the wood attribute of the 5 elements, the third-grade materials here were naturally nothing to him. Although he had just entered the world outside the universe, Yang Kai had set himself on a very high pedestal from the very beginning. Even if it was for the sake of the immortal tree, he had to find other materials that were compatible with the immortal tree before condensing enough energy to break through to splitting the heavens. Otherwise, wouldn't a good start be wasted? He came here mainly to look for novelty. The third floor wasn't large, so it didn't take long for Yang Kai to finish looking around. He looked up and saw Dayu standing in front of a counter, so he walked over. Following her gaze, he saw a strange object filled with the power of the metal element that was constantly twisting and changing its shape. Dayu's eyes were also filled with desire. Yang Kai's heart stirred and he whispered, "You want to buy this?" Dayu turned to look at him and smiled. "Are you done?" Yang Kai nodded. "Finished looking, there's nothing much to look at." As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Yang felt a sharp gaze land on him. Raising his head, he saw a disciple who was guarding the third floor of the Qiqiao lands looking at him with ridicule. He guessed that his words just now were a bit boastful. After all, to any odd-job worker, the price of the things here was sky-high. Those who had the ability to purchase them were few and far between. His words sounded a bit like sour grapes because he couldn't eat them. But to Yang Kai, there really wasn't anything to look at besides novelty. "How many opening heaven pills does this thing sell for?" Yang Kai asked. 16,000. Dayu replied. She had clearly already inquired about this price, and this price was a bit higher than what Yang Kai had calculated. But there was nothing he could do about it. In the entire Qiqiao land, this was the only place open to workers where they could buy third-grade materials. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is, so this bit of higher price was still acceptable. "Is it enough?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Dai smiled. How can it be enough? It's not even 30%. Yang Kai frowned. But this is only a third-grade material. Dai brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled. I know what you want to say. When I first came to the outside world, I had the same idea as you. I wanted to find better materials to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Even if I couldn't reach the upper level, I wanted to reach the middle level. But sometimes, thinking and reality are two different things. If I can really reach the 3rd level, it's actually not bad. At that time, I can slowly take the opening heaven pills to increase my grade. If I'm lucky, I have a chance to reach the 5th level. In this vast universe, a 5th level opening heaven pill is already considered a powerhouse. Yang Kai nodded. That's true. He didn't know if there was a 5th level opening heaven pill in the entire Qiqiao land. Even if there was, it was probably only a heavenly monarch. Those earth protectors probably weren't at the 5th level. He couldn't help but sigh. How many people's sharp edges had been smoothed out by the endless flowing time great emperor? 1,000 years later, if his situation hadn't changed, would he still be as optimistic as he was now? Yang Kai didn't know. When I've earned enough, I'll buy it for you. Dai covered her mouth and smiled. Then I'll thank you in advance. She obviously didn't take his words seriously. She had been here for 1,000 years and knew better than anyone how difficult it was for a servant to earn 16,000 opening heaven pills. However, Dai was so interested in the metal element material that Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder if she had already condensed the power of the earth element. Otherwise, why would she be like this? As the two were talking, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Then, a majestic figure appeared at the top of the stairs. The huge figure walked over, causing the entire opening heaven palace to shake. The person glanced around and his bell-like eyes lit up. He walked over with a smile and said cheerfully, "Little Dai, you really are here." Dai's face darkened when she heard the voice. She turned her head and looked over, speechless. Yang Kai also looked over and couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. The person was at least 20 feet tall. He arrived in front of Dai in a few steps and looked at her with a big smile. Dai's tall figure was like a child in front of him. Even Yang Kai himself had to look up at this guy. The person in front of him looked like a bear standing on its hind legs, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Black Bear was originally full of smiles, but when he saw Yang Kai standing next to Dai, his face immediately turned cold. Stretching out his big palm, he pointed at Yang Kai and asked, "Xiao Dai, who is this little brat?" However, before Dai could reply, the 7 openings disciple on the 3rd floor scolded, "If you dare to make any more noise, throw him out immediately." The bear immediately lowered his body and bowed to the 7 openings disciple. "Brother, please calm down. This little brother was a bit agitated and was a bit loud, please forgive him." The 7 openings disciple coldly snorted and didn't say anything more. The bear glared fiercely at Yang Kai before turning to Dai and saying, "Little Dai, you're here to look at the stainless golden dew again? You come here once a month to look at it. Why don't we buy it together? You have a lot of opening heaven pills and I also have some. If we sell some things, we should be able to gather enough. When the time comes, we can buy it and you can take your time looking at it." "No need." Dai frowned and called to Yang Kai, "Let's go, there's nothing else to look at here." With that, she led the way. Yang Kai wanted to follow but was pulled back by the bear. Seeing the bear chasing Dai down the stairs, Yang Kai sniffed and followed with his hands behind his back. After leaving the opening heaven hall, Dai walked into the crowd with the bear following her like a shadow. Although he was tall and sturdy, his movements were extremely nimble. From time to time he would pass by Dai's left and right, squeezing through the crowd and saying something to her. Unfortunately, Dai didn't respond and didn't want to talk to him at all. Even if Yang Kai was blind, he could see that this bear-like guy was interested in Dai, but this wasn't surprising. Dai's figure and appearance were top-notch, so it was only natural that she would attract the attention and adoration of some men. Back at the place where they had bought the box and incense, the 7 Possibilities Land disciple had taken a fancy to Dai. Unfortunately, Dai didn't seem to care about him. But he didn't care and just kept smiling and talking, trying his best to please her. Kaiyang also admired this guy. His skin was as thick as the dragon scales on his body. Dai suddenly stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. "I'll go back first, do you want to continue strolling around here?" Yang Kai was startled at first, but he soon understood Dai's intention and smiled. "All right, thank you, Miss Dai. It's a small matter." Dai smiled and soared into the sky. The bear stood in place and rubbed his chin, glancing at Yang Kai for a moment before quickly chasing after Dai Yu, shouting, "Xiao Dai, wait for me." Watching the two leave, Yang Kai smiled and sighed at Dai Yu's thoughtfulness. She said that not because she was in a hurry to get rid of him, but because she was afraid that if he continued to follow that bear, he would cause trouble. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of trouble in this place, it was better to avoid trouble. That bear didn't seem to be a reasonable guy. Wandering around the city by himself had broadened his horizons, but he didn't gain much. Chapter 38-48. Seeing that it was getting late and he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a figure waving at him from a small tea shop. Yang Kai smiled and walked over. "Ah son, you're here too?" Ah Sun cheerfully said, "Yes, I heard there was a market here, so I came to take a look. I was going to call you, but you weren't in the house." When he came over, he didn't expect that Ah Sun would think of this. In comparison, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Ah Sun wasn't the only one in the tea shop. The newcomers who came with Venerable Hudi were basically all present. It seemed they had made an agreement. But what made Yang Kai feel strange was, where did these people get the money to drink tea here? It should be known that although this tea shop was simple, it was still opened by the odd job workers. They couldn't drink tea for free. In other words, if they wanted to sit here and drink tea, they had to pay a heaven-opening pill. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai saw a list of prices for various spirit teas. The cheapest pot of tea cost 1 heaven-opening pill, and the most expensive one cost 10. Everyone was new here and was poor. Yang Kai was lucky that Great General Si Chen had given him a heaven-opening pill, but it was snatched away by Old Fong before he could hold it. Where did they get a heaven-opening pill? Moreover, looking at their seats, it was obvious that the burly man from the Black River realm was sitting in the main seat. In other words, today's tea was on him. "You're all here." Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Everyone had spent some time together in Venerable Hudi's small universe. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, they weren't strangers. They had also reported each other's names. The dignified woman, Sun Yeni, the man from the demon race, Shi Haotsong, and the childish child, Thousand Feather Boy, all stood up to return the greeting. Only the robust man, Fong Tai, who sat on the seat of the host, didn't move and just nodded slightly. Yang Kai was a little curious. Fong Tai wasn't such an arrogant person before, so why did he seem to have changed a lot in just a month? However, he did not have a deep relationship with these people. The only one he had more contact with was Ah Sunday. As the saying goes, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. It was impossible to tell what kind of person they were without spending a lot of time with them. He didn't mind it too much. He just smiled and said, "How come you have time to come here to drink tea? Is the spirit tea here free?" Sun Yeni pursed his lips and smiled. "How could it be free? This pot of tea costs a heaven-opening pill." He turned to look at Brother Yang and said, "However, since Brother Fong insists on inviting us, it would be impolite for us to refuse. Would Brother Yang like to sit down and have a taste? This spirit tea is a bit expensive, but it's still good stuff." Fong Tai also said, "Brother Yang, since you're here, let's go together. It just so happens that we have something to discuss." "Thank you very much." Yang Kai cupped his hands and sat down. Ah Sun raised her hand and poured a cup of tea for Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a sip and savored it carefully. He found that it was indeed quite good. After drinking it in a few mouthfuls, he immediately had a lingering aftertaste. However, there wasn't much tea left in this pot, and they had all drunk some before. After pouring this last cup, there was almost nothing left. Yang Kai said, "What do you all want to discuss by coming here together?" Fong Tai said, "We've been here for a month now, so we have some understanding of the situation here. Since Brother Yang was able to find this market city alone, you must have inquired about it from others. You should know how difficult it is for newcomers like us to establish a foothold here." Kai Yang nodded and sighed, "I have a deep understanding of this." Fong Tai smiled and said, "Since that's the case, this Fong feels that we should form an alliance and help each other." The others have also agreed. "Brother Yang, what do you think?" Yang Kai heard this and said, "Sure. We're all newcomers who came here together. If we don't help each other, we can't count on anyone." Fong Tai said seriously, "That's exactly what this Fong is thinking. One person's strength is small, while two people's strength is great. We're all masters of our own worlds. Although we're a little weak outside of Qiankuan, with the 5 of us working together, we'll definitely achieve something in the future." Yang Kai turned his head to look at the others. Seeing that they had no objections, he said, I have no problem with that. But what should we do when it comes to the specifics? Since we're forming an alliance, we can't just say empty words, right? For example, if Miss Ah-sun is bullied. Ah-sun pouted and said, why would I be bullied? Do I look like someone who's easy to bully? Let's give an example. Yang Kai chuckled. Fang Tai said, then we'll naturally seek justice for Miss Ah-sun without violating the rules of Kikikyo. There was no problem with this, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refute it. Fang Tai continued, for example, the fire spirit fruit tree that we take care of will give birth to jade flame silkworms. If we capture them and give them to General Si Chin, we might be able to obtain a heaven-opening pill as a reward. On this point, this Fang can also help everyone. As long as anyone needs my help, feel free to call me over at any time. I will capture the worms and give them to General Si Chin. If we really obtain a reward, this Fang will only take half. Yang Kai heard this and asked curiously, Brother Fang has something to catch insects? Shi Haotsang said, Brother Yang, you might not know this, but Brother Fang performed a meritorious deed in the orchard and was rewarded with 30 heaven-opening pills by the steward Chow. Yang Kai blinked and looked at Fang Tai. The latter said reservedly, it's just good luck. If you guys were there you could do it too. Yang Kai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was assigned to a place where the trees had died and problems could happen at any time. Fang Tai was assigned to a place where he could reap benefits. Comparing the two, the difference was too big. Furthermore, to be rewarded with 30 heaven-opening pills, this meritorious deed shouldn't be small. However, Fang Tai didn't say in detail, so Yang Kai didn't ask too much. But from the looks of it, if the odd job workers wanted to obtain heaven-opening pills, other than taking care of the fruit tree and offering jade flame silkworms to General Si Chin, there were other ways. Only now did he understand why Fang Tai could treat everyone to tea. 30 heaven-opening pills were more than enough to buy a set of tools to catch insects. Dayu had bought a box and 2 boxes of incense, which only amounted to 30 pills. Fang Tai said, if it wasn't for the cost, this Fang wouldn't have shared the benefits with everyone. However, the 100 refined incense was bought from this market, so if everyone really obtained benefits from General Si Chin, it wouldn't be too much for this Fang to take half of it. Everyone nodded, and Yang Kai was no exception. Dayu had said before that the newcomers didn't have any tools, so if they wanted to catch insects, they would have to ask for help. However, if that was the case, then the jade flame silkworms would belong to the newcomers. If there was a reward, then they wouldn't have a share. Fang Tai taking half of it wasn't too much, and it was reasonable. After all, he had his own costs. Fang Tai looked at Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang, if you agree, you can ask me for help when the time comes. As long as I'm free, this Fang won't refuse. Yang Kai didn't say that he didn't need help. Dayu had already bought a set of tools for him, which made others suspect that he was living off a woman. Moreover, Yang Kai planned to return the heaven-opening pills to Dayu when he earned them in the future. He smiled and said, then I'll thank you in advance. If I really need help later, I'll definitely let Brother Fang know. However, my place is very small and there aren't many fruit trees, so I don't necessarily need to catch insects. Fang Tai said, in any case, if you need anything, just call me. Later, everyone can leave a contact method so that it's easier to communicate with each other. Although the pot of tea was finished, the tea brewer didn't have any intention of chasing them away. He allowed them to occupy a table and chat. After agreeing to form an alliance, they all felt more familiar with each other. They all exchanged information they had gathered over the past month, and they all had some gains. However, Yang Kai faintly felt that Fang Tai was a bit of a leader. It was no wonder. Among the newcomers, he was doing the best. Now that everyone had a favor to ask of him, they all had to give him some face. He also asked the tea brewer to refill a pot of water, but it was free. The few of them drank and chatted until half a day later they all dispersed. Fang Tai and the others wanted to continue strolling around the market city, but Yang Kai didn't have anything to linger about. He directly soared into the sky and rushed in the direction of the Fire Spirit Land. He remembered the way, and this place wasn't far from the Fire Spirit Land, so he didn't need to worry about getting lost. Now that he was in the Seven Secrets Land, he naturally couldn't waste this opportunity. Yang Kai planned to spend 50 years scheming for the heaven-opening pills pill formula. If there was no hope, he would find a way to leave this place. He also had to search for the world tree to save the star boundary. He couldn't stay in this damned place forever as a handyman and take care of the fruit trees for the rest of his life. Easily leaving the world fragment where the market city was, Yang Kai slightly identified the direction and turned to the left. Not long after flying, he suddenly felt a fierce aura lock onto him. Immediately after, a golden light shot over from afar. Inside the golden light, a tall and sturdy figure was faintly discernible. Before he could get close, a big axe chopped down on his head. The newcomer shouted, "I really thought you wouldn't come out. You finally showed up." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He was surprised. Someone actually dared to make a move here? Moreover, it was a sneak attack. In a flash, Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped forward. The principle of time flowed like a dream. The golden light exploded, and the tall and sturdy figure like a bear was revealed. The power of Yang Kai's palm was also defeated. Both sides were forced back thousands of feet before they could stabilize themselves. The bear blinked and said in amazement, "Boy, not bad. You can actually take my axe." "What are you doing?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he felt a headache coming on. He was well aware of why the other party was waiting for him here, but he didn't expect that even if he didn't leave with Dai Yu and tried to act as if they were strangers, this guy would still come looking for trouble. It was simply unreasonable. The bear grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, and pointed his axe at Yang Kai. "Boy, what is your relationship with Dai Yu? Tell me the truth or this father will chop you to death." Sure enough, Yang Kai sighed in his heart and asked in surprise, "You mean Dai Yu?" "Nonsense." The bear glared. "Who else could it be? Why did you come to the market city with her?" "Friend, is there a misunderstanding? I have only known Dai Yu for less than a month. How could there be any relationship between us?" Chapter 38-49. If there's no relationship, why would she come to this market with you? I've never seen her bring anyone here. Wait, you said you've only known Xiao Dai for a month? Shaking Bear suddenly frowned and looked at Yang Kai as if thinking of something. "You're a newcomer who came here a month ago?" Yang Kai nodded, "Yes." Shaking Bear patted his head and laughed. "No wonder you look unfamiliar, you're a newcomer." His smile faded as he said in a fierce voice, "A newcomer dares to have ideas about this old man's woman? Are you tired of living?" Yang Kai was speechless. "Friend, did you misunderstand? I'm not very familiar with Miss Dai Yu, it's just that I'm a newcomer and not familiar with this market, so she kindly brought me here to broaden my horizons." "That's it?" Shaking Bear's bell-sized eyes stared at Yang Kai, the axe in his hand held horizontally in front of him, looking like he could chop down at any time. "What else could it be?" "Humph." Shaking Bear's nostrils flared hot air as he carefully looked him up and down. After a long while he said, "At least you know what's good for you. Boy, remember this, Xiao Dai is my woman. If you dare to have ideas about her, this old man will make you regret being born into this world." Touching his chin with a look of disdain he said, "But then again I'm afraid Xiao Dai won't like someone like you. If she won't like someone like me, why would she like someone like you?" Kai Yang was speechless in his heart. He didn't know where this guy's sense of superiority came from, but he still said, "What this friend is saying is right. Lady Xiao Dai is a natural beauty with a kind temperament. Only this friend, who has a heroic spirit, can match up to her." Shaking Bear originally had a fierce look, but after hearing Yang Kai's words he suddenly burst into laughter. Looking at Yang Kai, his eyes became much kinder as he nodded. "You're right, looking at the whole Fire Spirit land, no Kikikyo land, only this old man is worthy of Xiao Dai. Who else is qualified? Boy, you have good eyesight. What's your name?" Yang Kai cupped his fists. "Little brother Yang Kai." Shaking Bear nodded. "I'll remember your name. You're a newcomer, so it's rare for you to have such insight. Follow me from now on. If anyone bullies you in the land of Fire Spirit, just tell them my name." He gave a thumbs up and proudly said, "Remember, my name is Xiang Yong. So it's Brother Xiang. This name is truly awe-inspiring and domineering. When I hear it, I can't help but feel a sense of respect." "Stop flattering me." Although Xiang Yong said this, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. "Brother Xiang is also from the Fire Spirit land?" Yang Kai was a little confused. "Yes. What's so strange about that?" No, I'm just a little curious. Why haven't I seen someone as mighty and powerful as Brother Xiang before?" "I haven't seen it before, but it's not too late to see it now." Yes. To be able to meet someone like Brother Xiang today, I have no regrets in my life." Yang Kai coughed lightly, looked at him and said, "Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, can this little brother go back now?" "Go." Yang Kai excused himself and swept past him. "Wait." Xiang Yong suddenly flashed over and chopped down with his axe, cutting off Yang Kai's path. He squinted at him and said, "Later if little Dai asks, Brother Xiang and I hit it off at first sight. Brother Xiang has taken good care of me in every way. Yang Kai didn't even think and blurted it out. Xiang Yong grinned happily, "You're not bad. I admire you. Alright, go back." After saying goodbye to Xiang Yong, Yang Kai went straight back to the land of Fire Spirit. When he returned to the village where the servant house was located, he took out the token to open his own seal. As soon as he walked in and sat down, there was a knock on the door from outside. Opening the door, he saw Dai Yu standing outside looking up and down at him. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. What could be wrong?" Yang Kai blinked. "That's good. Just now someone told me that Xiang Yong left the servant house. I was about to go and see when I saw you come back." "Xiang Yong? Who's Xiang Yong?" "It's the guy who followed me today, the one who looks like a bear," Dai Yu said and laughed to herself. Yang Kai nodded and showed a look of understanding. "So he's Xiang Yong. But what does him leaving the servant house have to do with me?" "It better not have anything to do with you," Dai Yu said and took out 2 more things. "Right, I forgot to give you these I bought for you today." It was a pure wood box and 2 boxes of 100 refined incense. Yang Kai reached out and took them, thanking her. "When I have enough heaven-opening pills, I'll pay you back with interest." "No rush," Dai Yu smiled, "then have a good rest. I'll go back first." Saying so, she yawned, her lazy expression returning. "Take care, I won't see you out," Yang Kai nodded. After Dai Yu left, Yang Kai closed the door and took out the pure wood box and the 100 refined incense. He had gotten these things from Old Fong before and used them to catch insects, so he was not unfamiliar with them. 2 boxes of 100 refined incense had 10 sticks, enough for 1 or 2 days. So for the time being, it didn't matter if he didn't have any heaven-opening pills. Just as he put away the box and incense, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai felt strange, wondering who was looking for him. He thought that Dai Yu had forgotten to tell him something, so when he opened the door, he was immediately dazzled by a golden light. At the door, a golden rooster half the height of a person stood with his head held high, looking like a high and mighty general patrolling his territory. After staring at him for a while, Yang Kai smiled. "So it's Great General. What brings you here?" "I don't have any more blue flame silkworms here." General Sichin slowly tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai with his only eye. Yang Kai scratched his head, not understanding. After staring at him for a while, General Sichin slowly walked away, his fat butt swaying as he slowly left. Kai Yang was bewildered. He lowered his head and examined himself from head to toe, but he didn't find anything strange about himself. Looking around, General Sichin had already disappeared. Speechless, he shook his head and closed the door to recuperate. For the next 2 days he closed the door and didn't come out. On the morning of the 3rd day, the golden rooster's call of dawn resounded throughout the village. Yang Kai was startled awake. He listened carefully and frowned. He felt that the great general's call of dawn was very close to him. When he opened the door, he saw General Sichin yelling at the top of his lungs outside his door. Furthermore, he was facing his direction. "Do I have a grudge with you?" Yang Kai really wanted to ask. Ever since he came to the servant room, this fellow had been intentionally or unintentionally looking for trouble. After glaring at the great general, Yang Kai closed the door and flew into the sky. Streaks of light rose from all over the village and rushed towards the fruit orchard. In less than half an hour, they had already arrived at the orchard. First, they went to inspect the fruit trees in their own territory. After making sure that the fruit trees were growing well and that the fire spirit fruit had not increased or decreased, they began to carefully take care of each fruit tree according to its needs. After busying himself for half a day, he had a total of 30 fruit trees. With nothing to do, he leisurely went to look for Old Fong. Old Fong was still busy. He had a lot of fruit trees under him and every time he came, he would be busy for a few days before he could rest. After working together for a month, they could be considered acquaintances. Seeing him come over, Old Fong only greeted him and continued with his work. Yang Kai followed behind Old Fong and chatted with him. At first, Old Fong was in the mood to deal with him, but after a while, he became annoyed. The main reason was that he had not finished his work and was not in the mood to chat with Yang Kai. However, this fellow was still pointing fingers at him, acting as if he was experienced in taking care of fruit trees. He didn't even think about who taught him his experience. "If you really have nothing to do, then help me out. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can play chess." Old Fong was so angry that he looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. He silently calculated the amount of work Old Fong had to do and the time it would take. He turned around and said, "Forget it, take your time. I'll come find you in a few days." After he finished speaking, he leisurely walked back with his hands behind his back. Little ingrate. Old Fong clenched his teeth and scolded, "You don't know how to be considerate of the elderly." Yang Kai turned the back of his head to him and pretended not to hear him. After returning to his own territory, Yang Kai was bored. He couldn't cultivate in this place, so he really had nothing to do. Suddenly he remembered that this was a piece of land where the trees had died. He had checked it before and found nothing wrong. Maybe he could find something this time. He immediately took out the token and concentrated on checking it, but in the end he found nothing. Taking back the token, Yang Kai touched his chin. He really didn't understand what was wrong with this place. Why would 3 trees die out of nowhere? Inadvertently, he remembered what Dai Yu had said in the market. He had gathered the power of wood of the 5 elements and could use it to nourish the fire spirit fruit trees. Since he couldn't find the problem with this piece of land, he could use the power of wood to nourish it in advance. It could be considered a preventive measure. If something really went wrong, he would have to bear the responsibility. Finally, he found something to do. Yang Kai happily came to the center of his land and immersed himself in it. He formed a seal with both hands and activated the power of the Tao seal. A layer of faintly discernible power spread out with him as the center. If one looked carefully, they could see that this layer of power was a faint emerald green and full of rich vitality. Not knowing what effect the power of wood would have on the fruit trees, Yang Kai didn't dare to use too strong a medicine at first. He was just testing it out. Just as he was about to give it a try, the 30 fruit trees in his orchard suddenly began to rustle, giving him a fright. He quickly stopped and looked up. There wasn't much change in the fruit trees, but there was some slight movement coming from a corner of the orchard. Yang Kai walked over to take a look and found that it was the place where the 3 seedlings were. At this moment, the soil at the roots of the 3 seedlings was moving up and down. The seedlings seemed to be growing, causing the soil at the roots to move. Chapter 3850. After staring at the 3 saplings for an hour, Yang Kai discovered that the 3 little things had really grown. Although they were less than an inch tall, this was enough to shock anyone. Was it because of the immortal tree? Previously, he had fused with the immortal tree to bring him back from the dead. Later, when he condensed the power of wood of the 5 elements, all the essence had been condensed into the Tao seal. As a result, although he had lost the ability to bring the dead back to life, the Tao seal had gained the highest level of wood elemental power, which would be of great help to his future cultivation. Now that he was activating the wood elemental power in the Tao seal, it was equivalent to activating the power of the immortal tree. It was reasonable that the saplings could grow in 2 hours. This was a bit incredible. According to Old Fong, it would take at least 200 to 300 years for the fire spirit fruit tree to grow from a sapling. Only when the tree was fully grown would it be able to bloom and bear fruit. These 3 saplings had been planted for less than 10 years and only grew a little every year. If someone discovered that they had suddenly grown more than an inch, he would probably be in trouble. However, since they had already grown, Yang Kai could no longer suppress them. He secretly made up his mind that the next time he did this, he would pay attention to these 3 saplings and not let them be affected by his wood elemental power. Moreover, with only an inch of height, no one should be able to discover it unless they observed it day and night. After all, this was his territory and no one would pay attention to this. Therefore, for the time being, he was not in any danger. In fact, if possible, Yang Kai wanted to release Mu Zhu and the little wood spirits and let them take care of the orchard. The wood spirit race was the best at this kind of thing. With them taking care of the orchard, he could completely be a shopkeeper and not have to do anything. However, it was still inconvenient. Not to mention that the orchard was accessible from all sides and there were people flying in and out from time to time. Zhou Zheng would also occasionally come to patrol. There was also the chief steward whom he had never met before. If someone saw the 2 little wood spirits with his current ability, he would not be able to protect them. Therefore, Yang Kai was only thinking about it. In the future, he would see if he could find a way to transplant some fire spirit fruit trees into his herb garden so that the 2 wood spirits could unleash their potential. Yang Kai squatted in front of the 3 seedlings and carefully observed them for a while. After making sure that this height of 1 inch wouldn't attract anyone's attention, he felt slightly relieved. Before he could get up, he heard the sound of flapping wings. A familiar aura was approaching him. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai almost laughed out loud. In the sky less than 300 feet above the ground, a golden pheasant was flapping its wings with all its might, flying forward in a crooked manner. It was unknown whether it was because it wasn't good at flying or because its body was too fat, but the great General Si Chen's body was bobbing up and down, looking as if it would fall at any moment. However, at this moment, the great General Si Chen's body wasn't as big as before. In fact, it looked even smaller than a normal rooster. It seemed that it had used some kind of secret technique to shrink its body. After all, it wasn't a real pheasant. Since it was the pet of the Earth Protector Sage, it more or less had its own abilities. According to Yang Kai's observations, this fellow should have some kind of mutated bloodline. However, it looked like a rooster and didn't have much relation to the breed of pheasant. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that it knew some kind of secret technique. However, this was the first time that Yang Kai had seen it fly. Furthermore, it was flying in such a unique manner. The others in the orchard also noticed it. In an instant, streaks of light rose from the ground and flew in its direction. In the blink of an eye, the great General Si Chen was surrounded in 3 circles. One by one they nodded and bowed to it. Some even took the initiative to offer the jade flame silkworm. However, the great General Si Chen ignored them all and continued to fly forward. Annoyed by being surrounded, the great General Si Chen began to cry out. Its 2 fat wings flapped vigorously as if it was chasing people away. Yang Kai crossed his arms as he stood below and watched the commotion with a smile on his face. Just as he was laughing, something happened. For some unknown reason, General Si Chen, who was flying forward, suddenly stopped and fell headfirst to the ground. No matter how hard he tried to flap his wings, he couldn't stabilize himself. A series of gasps rang out and everyone's faces changed. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His smile froze on his face. There was no other reason other than the fact that this stupid chicken had fallen into his territory. In the blink of an eye, the great General Si Chen fell 30 feet in front of Yang Kai. It plunged headfirst into the ground, leaving its fat buttocks exposed and its 2 wings twitching lightly. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly. He actually forgot to use his technique to stop it. He watched as the great General Si Chen fell flat on its face. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The group of people were also staring at him. In the next moment, as if they had discussed it beforehand, the crowd dispersed and turned into streaks of flowing light. They returned to their respective territories and hid in the various orchards. The originally bustling sky suddenly quieted down. Kai Yang opened his mouth and cursed. He wanted to turn around and leave, but this was his own territory. If others could leave, where could he go? Although he didn't do anything to the great General Si Chen, if something really happened in his territory, Yang Kai dared to guarantee that he wouldn't be able to live to see the next day. It could even be said that it wasn't just him. Everyone who had surrounded the great General Si Chen would also be affected. None of them would be able to escape. Yang Kai's face was also twitching as he stood there with a gloomy expression on his face as he looked at the stupid chicken twitching its wings. No matter what, the great General Si Chen had a mutated bloodline, and its strength shouldn't be that bad. After comforting himself, Yang Kai walked forward and squatted in front of the great General Si Chen. He poked it with his finger. The great General Si Chen's wings trembled even more. Yang Kai jumped in fright and hurriedly hugged it, pulling it out from the ground. As soon as he was free, the great general flapped his wings and stretched out his neck, his beak leaving a trail of afterimages as he attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai instinctively struck out with his palm. With a mournful cry, the great General Si Chen was sent flying. A few of its golden feathers fell off. "Are you crazy? I wasn't the one who brought you down. Why are you pecking at me?" Yang Kai said angrily. The great General Si Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. It didn't expect that there would be someone who dared to attack it in this fire spiritual land. Looking at the feathers that fell from the sky, the great General Si Chen was enraged. It jumped 3 feet high, and its fat body turned into a golden ray of light as it shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still feeling a little guilty. He had only hit the great General Si Chen out of instinct. Seeing that the great General Si Chen wasn't going to let it go, he became even more furious. He immediately went up to meet the great General Si Chen. His 2 palms flew out and his strength surged, causing the great General Si Chen to cry out in pain. Not far away, Old Fang heard the commotion and didn't know what was going on. He hurriedly ran over to investigate. When he saw what was going on, his face turned pale. He shrunk his neck and retreated, not daring to come back. In the herb garden, 2 figures, one big and one small, were moving back and forth. Golden feathers were flying everywhere. It had to be said that although the great General Si Chen looked a little stupid, its strength was not bad. If it was placed in the star realm, it would be at the level of a fake emperor. Furthermore, Yang Kai could feel that the great General Si Chen hadn't used its full strength yet. The pet of the earth-protecting sage didn't only know how to peck and scratch. From the start to the end, the great General Si Chen hadn't used any secret techniques. Since it didn't use any secret techniques, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't use any either. He only used his palms to keep the great General Si Chen at bay. After fighting for 2 hours, the great General Si Chen was probably exhausted. The golden feathers on its body had dimmed. It opened its arms wide and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. However, it didn't dare to move forward. Yang Kai looked at it from the corner of his eyes, arrogant and proud. This great general has dominated the universe for many years. A mere chicken dares to challenge this great general? You're overestimating yourself. The great General Si Chen was obviously infuriated. It jumped up and down a few times. Yang Kai could feel the great General Si Chen's unwillingness and humiliation. He couldn't help but laugh. If you know what's good for you, then scram. If you dare come again, don't blame this great general for being impolite. He punched the great General Si Chen in the face. The great General Si Chen stared at him. Suddenly, it rolled its eyes and turned to the side. Yang Kai frowned. What are you doing? In the next moment, his expression changed. You dare. His figure flashed and blocked the great General Si Chen's path. He struck out with his palm. The great General Si Chen was already prepared. It leaped backwards and landed on a fruit tree. It stretched out its head and pecked at a red fire spirit fruit. Yang Kai was enraged. This great General Si Chen couldn't beat him, so it came up with such a method to deal with him. It was extremely vicious. There was a limit to the number of fruits here. If the great General Si Chen really destroyed it, he wouldn't be able to answer to Zhou Zheng. At that time, the one who would be punished wouldn't be the great General Si Chen, but himself. He reached out and grabbed the great General Si Chen's neck. When he retracted his hand, the great General Si Chen was already in his hand. Chapter 38:51. After going back and forth for half a day, the situation came to a stalemate. Whenever Yang Kai released his grip, General Si Chen would pounce towards the fruit tree and peck at the fruits, causing Yang Kai to be extremely annoyed. Furthermore, this guy knew how to stall for time. Every time Yang Kai grabbed his neck and negotiated with him, he would always agree, but in the blink of an eye, he would go back on his word. He had no credibility at all. But then again, what was the point of talking about credibility with a chicken? Yang Kai also felt a little sad. Anger surging in his heart, Yang Kai thought that if it weren't for so many people seeing this stupid chicken fall into his territory, he would have thrown him into the sealed world bead to destroy his corpse. Since the hard way didn't work, he could only use the soft way. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. This time, this king admits defeat. You better tell me what you want to do to resolve this matter peacefully. Let me warn you first, don't go too far. If worst comes to worst, both jade and stone will be destroyed. If this king doesn't have a good time, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. General Si Chen's eyes darted around as he nodded, obviously understanding what Yang Kai was saying. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak, so he couldn't communicate with Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at him for a long time before slowly releasing his grip on his neck. This time, General Si Chen didn't fly towards the fruit tree. Instead, he stood in place and used his beak to comb his feathers. He spread his wings and shook them a little. Then he tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai, circling around Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes followed him closely, a look of vigilance on his face. After circling around a few times, General Si Chen shook his wings and jumped up. Yang Kai almost thought that he was going to go back on his word, but in the next moment, his head sank and his face became as black as the bottom of a pot. This stupid chicken actually used my head as a chicken coop and sat on my head. How can I tolerate this? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed him. Get down here. General Si Chen was caught in the act, but his two claws held onto Yang Kai's hair tightly, refusing to let go. Yang Kai tangled with it for a while, but he couldn't get it off. Instead, his hair was disheveled and his scalp hurt. Yang Kai was speechless. General Si Chen was extremely pleased with himself as he wriggled his fat buttocks, finding a comfortable position as he climbed on top of Yang Kai's head. Not only that, he even used his beak to comb Yang Kai's messy hair. You win. Yang Kai was infuriated, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he wouldn't lose anything by doing this. It just looked a little unsightly. After all, no one would look good with a chicken on their head, so he simply let it be. As long as he could turn today's matter into a small one, then a small one, then a small one, then a small one, then a small one. At this point, Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to bicker with it. Thinking about how he had been fighting a battle of wits and courage with a stupid chicken, He felt that it was quite funny. He walked over and picked up the feathers that General Chen had dropped. These feathers were all evidence of his crime. If Zhou Jing came over and saw this, who knew what he would do to him? You can just lie there but don't touch my fruits. Otherwise I will fight it out with you. Yang Kai leaned against a fruit tree and said worriedly. General Chen ignored him. One man and one chicken temporarily calmed down. However, not long after, General Chen let out a few soft cries. As he cried, he used more strength in his claws. What are you doing? Yang Kai woke up from his meditation and asked impatiently. General Chen flapped his wings and grabbed onto Yang Kai's hair, not letting go, pulling him in a certain direction. Yang Kai frowned. He guessed that General Chen wanted him to go in that direction. He stood up and walked in the direction that General Chen was pointing, stopping in front of a fruit tree. Only then did General Chen let go of his claws. Soon after, General Chen began to peck at a hole in the tree trunk. The sound of pecking could be heard continuously as if it was a woodpecker. Yang Kai was delighted. Are you trying to eat something? You can't eat it, you can't eat it. Although there are still some jade flame silkworms on my fruit tree, Old Fong said that they have to be left behind. General Chen was unhappy and cried out even louder. He guessed that General Chen was a little hungry after the intense exercise with Yang Kai. I said that you can't eat it, so you can't eat it. No matter how much you cry out, it's useless. Yang Kai was unmoved. Letting General Chen lie on his head was already very generous. If General Chen continued to eat his own insects, then there was no way he could accept it. General Chen was silent for a few breaths of time. Then it flapped its wings and dragged Yang Kai in another direction. Don't grab me, I'll walk on my own. Damn it, if you don't grab me you don't know pain, right? Yang Kai cursed and followed the direction that General Chen was leading him in. He wanted to see what General Chen wanted to do. After walking for a while, they arrived at the orchard next door. The orchard here wasn't strictly divided, but everyone knew which fruit trees to take care of, so there wasn't any chaos. Just as they arrived, a youth came up to them and cupped his hands. Brother Yang. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and returned the greeting, Brother Hong? He had been here for a month, so he didn't only know Old Fong. As long as the neighbors weren't too far away, he would greet them. It was just that he was most familiar with Old Fong. This youth with the surname Hong was one of his neighbors. However, when he saw a chicken using his own head as a nest, he felt a little embarrassed. Brother Yang, why are you here? The youth with the surname Hong asked. As he spoke, he glanced guiltily at General Chen. He was part of the crowd that surrounded General Chen just now. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. But before he could say anything, General Chen called out a few times and led Yang Kai to the side. When they arrived in front of a fruit tree, General Chen used his beak to gently peck Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai looked at the hole in the fruit tree and immediately understood what General Chen was up to. He cursed in his heart. This stupid chicken was using him as a laborer. But since things had come to this, there was nothing he could do. He turned to look at the youth with the surname Hong and said, Brother Hong, General Chen is tired and is a little hungry. You know the situation at my place. There are only a few fruit trees and I can't find anything to eat. So he came here to ask for some food. The youth with the surname Hong looked troubled. To be honest, Brother Yang, I just caught some insects last month. I have to wait for at least 10 days before I can catch more. I really don't have any extra insects to give to General Chen. Why don't you bring General Chen to another place to look? Hearing this, Yang Kai's face sank. Brother Hong, the reason Great General is hungry is because he fell down from the sky just now. I don't know if he suffered any serious injuries, but he did lose a lot of his feathers. Look, these feathers are so beautiful, it's a pity to lose them. If the Venerable learns that Great General was patrolling the orchard and suffered a great loss here, unable to even satisfy his hunger, I don't know if the Venerable will be angry. When that time comes, how are we supposed to deal with him? How can we handle that? The youth with the surname Hong's face turned pale. He didn't dare to look at the golden feathers in Yang Kai's hand, mainly because he had a guilty conscience. After a while he gritted his teeth and said, Yang Kai is right. General Chen has worked hard to inspect the orchard, so we should cooperate. Brother Yang, please go ahead. Just treat it as a show of respect to General Chen. Whoa, whoa, Yang Kai grinned and pointed above his head. General Chen thinks highly of you. The youth with the surname Hong squeezed out a smile and gestured for Yang Kai to go ahead. Then there was no need to be polite. He took out the 100 refined incense and lit it up. He held the incense and gently swayed it back and forth in front of the hole. His movements were very familiar. After all, it wasn't his first time doing this. Not long after, a bright red body emerged from the hole. General Si Chen stretched his neck and directly pecked out the blue flame silkworm. He raised his neck and swallowed it. General Si Chen didn't need to urge him anymore. Yang Kai directly led him to another fire spirit fruit tree with a wormhole. He did the same thing and lured out another blue flame silkworm. The youth with the surname Hong's heart was bleeding. Losing 2 blue flame silkworms wasn't a big deal, but it might affect the growth of the fruit tree. However, the problem wasn't too big. The most important thing was that if he was the one who caught the blue flame silkworms and brought them back to General Si Chen, there was a chance that he could obtain the heaven-opening pill. Now there was no hope for the heaven-opening pill. He would be thankful if General Si Chen didn't hold a grudge against him. After finding 3 blue flame silkworms in the fruit tree, Yang Kai saw that this guy's face was a little green. He grinned and said, "All right, it's about time. Brother Hong, go ahead. We'll take our leave first." Just as he finished speaking, there was a strange sound above his head. Then, a ball of golden light floated in front of him. This golden light looked familiar. Yang Kai reached out and took it. After the golden light dissipated, there were 3 rolling spirit pills in his hand. Yang Kai blinked and was a little confused. The youth with the surname Hong stared and was also a little confused. However, in an instant Yang Kai flipped his hand and kept the 3 heaven-opening pills. The youth with the surname Hong was anxious. "Brother Yang, those 3 heaven-opening pills?" Yang Kai looked at him with a dark face. "What 3 heaven-opening pills? What heaven-opening pills?" The youth with the surname Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother Yang, you can't lie through your teeth. Just now, General Si rewarded us with 3 heaven-opening pills." Brother Yang, General Si rewarded me with 3 heaven-opening pills. Do you think you can share some with me? I won't be greedy. You get 2 and I get 1. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "You want to share the spirit pills? Sure. When I return, I will report to Steward Zhou. I will say that your group of people chased and intercepted the great general, causing him to fall from the sky. He lost a dozen or 20 feathers and even broke his tendons and bones. Now he can't even walk and can only lie on my head. When the time comes, let's see what Steward Zhou will reward you all with." The youth with the surname Hong was shocked. "How can it be so exaggerated? Don't make irresponsible remarks." Yang Kai said, "Steward Chow will know whether I'm making irresponsible remarks or not." The youth with the surname Hong stared at him for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Yang, I've learned my lesson." The main thing was that he was in the wrong. No matter what, he had a part to play in General Si Chen's fall. If Steward Chow found out about this, he wouldn't have a good ending. Yang Kai chuckled. "Brother Hong, do you still want more spirit pills? You go." The youth with the surname Hong pointed to the side. Chapter 3852. Yang Kai felt as though he was in a dream when he received the 3 spirit pills. One had to know that only newcomers would be rewarded the first time they served the Grand General. However, that was only 1 spirit pill. A few days ago, Yang Kai had fed 5 blue flame silkworms and only received 1 heaven-opening pill. But today he had received 3 blue flame silkworms. This was the annual wage of a worker taking care of the orchard. If this was spread, no one would believe it. Daiyu had said that if the Grand General was in a good mood, he would reward him with heaven-opening pills. In other words, the Grand General was in a good mood right now? Yang Kai raised his head to look, but he couldn't see anything. However, his stomach full of resentment had dissipated. If this stupid chicken frequently gave him heaven-opening pills, not to mention using his head as a chicken coop, Yang Kai would welcome it even if it lived in his house. "Grand General, do you want to eat more?" Yang Kai was in a good mood and his tone was much friendlier. The Grand General didn't respond and declined to comment. Yang Kai nodded his head. "Since that's the case, let's go eat more." He laughed sinisterly as he walked towards another orchard. Just now, General Si Chen had been besieged by a group of people and had fallen into his territory, causing those people to scatter like birds and beasts. Speaking of which, all of them were responsible for what had happened today. If something really happened to General Si Chen, Yang Kai would have suffered an undeserved disaster. Now, did he think he could just hide and be safe? General Si Chen didn't find trouble with them, but Yang Kai remembered them in his heart. Not long after, they arrived at another orchard. The worker in the orchard saw Yang Kai and the Grand General and immediately hid. He was probably afraid that the Grand General would find trouble with him. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with him and directly brought General Si Chen to look for insects in front of the fruit trees. They didn't find many and caught 3 before swaggering off. From start to finish, the owner of the orchard didn't dare to show himself. What surprised Yang Kai the most was that after eating the 3 blue flame silkworms, the Grand General actually rewarded him with 3 heaven-opening pills. He didn't know what General Si Chen was up to. Previously, when he was fighting with him, it looked like it wanted to kill him, but now it was so generous to him. However, there was no reason not to take advantage of free benefits. Walking down one orchard after another, some orchard owners were like the young man surnamed Hong. Although they were unwilling, they could only grit their teeth and allow Yang Kai to capture these insects on their turf. Some orchard owners were like the one who had gone into hiding, not daring to show themselves easily. However, no matter what their attitude was, the 3 blue flame silkworms couldn't escape. Yang Kai didn't care whether their fruit trees would be affected or not. However, after walking through 4 orchards, the general seemed to have eaten its fill. It let out a cry and used its claws to point in a certain direction for Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still unsatisfied, but since General Si Chen was already full, he couldn't force him. Since this matter had already started, he might as well let it continue. After bringing General Si Chen back to his own orchard, Yang Kai sat down under a fruit tree and took out 12 heaven-opening pills. He carefully played with them and laughed foolishly. A few days ago he had obtained a heaven-opening pill, but it was snatched away by Old Fong before he could even warm it up. Now he had obtained 12 in one go. What kind of stupid chicken was on his head? He was simply a god of wealth. General Si Chen was still not bad. Yang Kai's impression of the Grand General changed a lot. 12 pills a day, that would be 360 pills a month. In a year, that would be over 4,000 pills. However, after thinking about it carefully, he knew that it wasn't very likely. General Si Chen's heaven-opening pills were definitely bestowed by the Venerable One. He just didn't know how many there were. No matter what, his situation was much better than the other odd-job workers. The salary of 3 heaven-opening pills a year was simply not enough to satisfy him. When he had enough heaven-opening pills, he would return the ones he owed Daiyu. Then he would invite her to the market to drink a pot of good tea as a thank-you gift. After secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai carefully kept the extra heaven-opening pills. He only left one to study its medicinal properties. He was also a pill master and was still plotting to obtain the heaven-opening pills recipe from the Qiqiao land. Although he hadn't seen the recipe yet, that didn't stop him from studying it himself. He studied it for an entire day, but he didn't manage to find anything useful. Yang Kai only knew that refining the heaven-opening pill required 7 main ingredients, including the fire spirit fruit and other spirit fruits of other attributes. However, other than these 7 main ingredients, there were definitely other supplementary ingredients. As someone who had just entered this world, he didn't know much about the medicinal properties here. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to differentiate the ingredients needed to refine the heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai silently noted it down. If he saw those ingredients later, he should be able to recognize them. Over the course of the day, General Si Chen didn't move at all. He guessed that General Si Chen had eaten his fill and was now sleeping. It wasn't until the next day that General Si Chen suddenly shook his wings. Yang Kai couldn't see him, only the corner of his eyes was filled with a golden light. Seeing that it had woken up, Yang Kai immediately became spirited. "General, are you hungry? Shall I bring you to hunt for food?" General Si Chen nodded twice, indicating that it agreed. "Let's go." Yang Kai stood up and walked forward. Yesterday there were around 30 to 40 people chasing after General Si Chen. Today he had only visited 4 orchards. There was still a large number of orchards that he hadn't visited yet. No matter what, he had to visit all of them. On this day he went to 5 orchards. When he returned, Yang Kai had more than 10 heaven-opening pills in his hands. Under the fruit tree, Yang Kai happily played with the pills. As he played with them, he said, "General, I have something to discuss with you. Next time, if you have any more rewards, can you give it to me when there's no one around?" You also saw the looks in those people's eyes. They couldn't wait to pounce on me. If this happens a few more times, I'm afraid I will become the public enemy of the odd job room. General Si Chen didn't know if he was asleep or not, but he didn't reply. Yang Kai sighed for a while. This was both painful and happy. Where did you get so many heaven-opening pills?" A voice came from the side. Yang Kai quickly put away the heaven-opening pills. When he looked up, he saw Old Fong staring at him. "What heaven-opening pills?" "You're mistaken." Yang Kai blinked. "Are you done?" "I'm done." Old Fong casually replied. Then he reacted, "Stinky brat, don't change the topic. Tell me the truth, where did you get so many? General C is still here?" His expression suddenly changed and he took a few steps back. He looked like he wanted to put some distance between him and Yang Kai. He suspiciously said, "You couldn't have robbed General C Chen, right? How could that be?" Yang Kai laughed. "Do I look like such a useless person? Who would rob a chicken? Then tell me, where did you get those heaven-opening pills?" Old Fong clearly didn't believe him. "None of your business." Old Fong looked him over and then turned around to leave. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai wasn't happy and blocked him. Old Fong's expression darkened. "Stinky brat, you're about to face a disaster, yet you're still so proud of yourself. Don't say you know me in the future, lest this old man is dragged down by you." "Old Fong." Yang Kai slapped him on the shoulder. "Aren't you thinking too much? It's best if this old man is thinking too much. In any case, you're on your own now." Old Fong waved his hand. "Look at how scared you are." Yang Kai smiled. "That's right, do you have any extra 100 refined incense on hand? Give me some. Didn't Miss Dai you just buy 2 boxes for you?" Old Fong looked at him suspiciously. "Enough nonsense, do you have it or don't you?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Normally, 2 boxes of 100 refined incense would be enough for 1 or 2 days. However, Yang Kai estimated that at his current rate, it wouldn't be long before he ran out of 100 refined incense, so he could take some from Old Fong. Old Fong said, "I do, and this old man can give you a box, but you have to agree to one condition. But don't come looking for this old man in the future. This old man has never recognized you. Don't regret your words in the future." Old Fong didn't say a word. He took out a box of 100 refined incense and slapped it on Yang Kai's hand, then quickly left. As he walked, he muttered, "Disaster is imminent, disaster is imminent." Young man, Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with him. He had gotten a box of 100 refined incense for free, so he estimated that this month's consumption should be enough. He turned around and continued to rest. The following days could be said to be chaotic. Yang Kai would lead General Si Chen around the orchard every day after taking care of his fruit trees. Everywhere they went, they would catch a few insects. The workers were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. There was no other way. General Si Chen was above Yang Kai, so who would dare to say no? Looking on helplessly as Kai Yang lured the insect out and allowed it to be eaten by General Si Chen, she couldn't help feeling distressed. These insects could all be heaven-opening pills. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't kill them all, so they didn't complain. Furthermore, ever since Yang Kai said that, General Si Chen didn't give him any more heaven-opening pills in front of others. Every time, he would wait until he was back in his own territory before spitting out a ball of golden light. Within that ball of golden light, there would be at least 10 heaven-opening pills. It was basically equal to the number of insects he ate. Yang Kai didn't know why this was. Daiyu had said before that General Si Chen would only give out heaven-opening pills when he was in a good mood. Most of the time he didn't have any. But when it came to him, it was a 1-to-1 ratio. Chapter 3853. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. The bystanders treated it as a joke, but he knew that the one on top of his head was a genuine god of fortune. When he raised his head, he saw a few familiar figures. They were the newcomers who had come in with him. Just as he was about to greet them, he saw them hurriedly leave under Fong Tai's lead. Miss Sun turned back as she walked, looking at him with a worried expression. Yang Kai scratched his head, muttering in his heart, "Why do these people give me the feeling of avoiding the god of pestilence?" Old Fong was beside him. When he turned his head to look, Old Fong sighed heavily and slowly shook his head. With a pained expression, he also left. Yang Kai sneered. Ignoring the strange gazes of the bystanders, his figure flickered as he rushed back to the servants' quarters. Not long after, he returned to his own house. However, when he arrived, General Si Chen, who had been lying on top of his head, spread his wings and flew down. After landing, he raised his head and puffed out his chest as he paced around the village. Looking at his posture, it seemed like he was patrolling his own territory. Yang Kai immediately felt a lot more relaxed. Although General Si Chen had given him a lot of heaven-opening pills this month, he had always treated his head like a chicken coop. As a result, his hair was disheveled and he didn't have the time to tidy it up. Now he was finally gone. He turned around and entered the house, combing his hair. Just as he finished combing his hair, he heard knocking sounds outside the door. Yang Kai walked over to open the door. A graceful figure flashed in, wrapped in a fragrant wind. Xiao Dai. Yang Kai looked at the person who had come in. You came at the right time. I was just about to go look for you. Looking for me? Dai Yu asked. Let's not talk about this first. What happened to you? What do you mean what happened? Yang Kai was stunned. The village is saying that you offended the great general and were punished by him. Many people saw the great general lying on your head and using your head as a chicken coop. Is that true? Yang Kai laughed. That's true. However, it's not like what the rumors say. I didn't offend that stupid chicken. Really? Dai Yu looked at him suspiciously. She hadn't known Yang Kai for a long time, and they hadn't known each other for a long time. She didn't know what kind of person he was, but he didn't seem to be someone who knew his place. She was afraid that he would provoke the general. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Xiao Dai, you really care about me. Dai Yu said, I also used to be a newcomer, so I know how difficult it is to be a newcomer. If someone had helped me back then, my situation would definitely have been much better. Later, I thought that if there was a chance in the future, I would help a newcomer if I could. Who knows when this newbie will be promoted? When that time comes, I can also bask in the glory. I see. Yang Kai nodded. Dai Yu suddenly punched Yang Kai's shoulder. Also, don't be so arrogant as a newbie, calling her Dai Yu. It doesn't matter what you call me. Yang Kai smiled and flipped his hand. Look at this. Dai Yu looked down and immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed, where did you get so many heaven-opening pills? The same sentence coming from Dai Yu in Old Fang's mouth gave off a completely different feeling. I'll give them back to you. Yang Kai pushed his hand forward. Dai Yu looked at him suspiciously. How did you get so many heaven-opening pills? Yang Kai smiled and said, if I said they were given by the general, would you believe me? AI, let alone you, even I wouldn't believe it, but that's the truth. They were all given by the general. What's going on? Dai Yu was extremely shocked. The general turned around and walked out of the door with a sway of his fat buttocks. How did you do that? After a long while, Dai Yu came back to her senses and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. How would I know? Yang Kai knew that he had fought with it and ended up like this. He rubbed his chin and said, maybe that stupid chicken likes me more? He didn't quite believe his own words. In any case, I have money to pay you back. Yang Kai took out another 30 spirit pills, plus the 2 he had just obtained, and stuffed them all into Dai Yu's hands. Dai Yu took them in a daze. She seemed to have received a great shock and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. It wasn't until Yang Kai waved his hand in front of her that she regained her vision. Are you going to the market? What are you going to do there? I'm going to buy some 100 refined incense. Didn't you just buy 2 last time? Dai Yu came back to her senses before she finished speaking. You used up all of them? Yang Kai laughed heartily. Where else do you think I got so many spirit pills? Before this, I brought the great general with me to sweep through all the orchards within a 100-kilometer radius. Those 2 boxes of 100 refined incense were long gone. If he hadn't taken a box from Old Fang, he really wouldn't have been able to last until the end of this month. Dai Yu immediately understood his plan. You want to take the general to catch insects like before? Yang Kai rubbed his hands together. It's a great way to make money. There's no reason not to use it. Dai Yu pondered for a moment before saying, but have you thought about it? If you do that, you may offend a lot of people. There was no need for her to remind him. Yang Kai knew very well that he had already offended a lot of people. He sneered, so be it. As long as there are heaven-opening pills, what's there to be afraid of? Dai Yu slowly shook her head. That's not right. If you really offend too many people, you won't be able to stay in the servant house. Those people won't dare to go against the general. They'll definitely come after you. Yang Kai raised his arms. So what? Do you think I'm afraid of them? Dai Yu glared at him. If you trust me, why don't you listen to my idea? Go ahead. Yang Kai turned to look at her. After all, she had lived here for 1,000 years. She should know more than he did. Dai Yu waved her hand at him. Yang Kai leaned over and immediately felt the fragrance of orchids. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he listened. After a moment, Dai Yu said, of course, I'm just giving you a suggestion. You can decide what to do. But no matter where you are, eating alone will always attract jealousy. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and nodded. That's a good idea. This will save me a lot of trouble. Does that mean you agree? Of course, why wouldn't I? Yang Kai nodded seriously. I'll eat the meat and leave some soup for them. Besides, that's what they deserve. It's even more than what they fed the general. Many of them might be grateful to you. Yang Kai chuckled, it doesn't matter. We'll do as you say. But this way we'll still have to go to the market. There's no need to buy so much 100 refined incense. By the way, Daiyu, there are blue flame silkworms in the fire spirit land. What about the other spirit lands? Daiyu said, you're quite quick-witted. I was just about to tell you this. The fruit trees in the other spirit lands will naturally give birth to some strange insects, but I don't know what the general's taste is. You can go to the market and buy a few to try. That'll require a lot of investment. Yang Kai looked at Daiyu with burning eyes. Daiyu, you have to help me. Daiyu covered her mouth and smiled. Since I've made this suggestion, I'll naturally help you. But she moved closer to Yang Kai and nudged him with her shoulder. Little brother, when you succeed in the future, don't forget to help your sister. The young girl didn't leave and stood there hesitating for a while before asking, how do you buy them? Since there was nothing to do and it was rare for someone to ask, Yang Kai casually replied, for insects in exchange for a heaven-opening pill. The servants of the fire spirit land had negotiated with Daiyu to exchange 2 insects for 1 pill. The price of the other spiritual lands would definitely not be the same. As soon as this was said, before the young girl in front of the stall could say anything, the elderly man next to her opened his eyes and turned to Yang Kai. Young man, what did you just say? For insects in exchange for a heaven-opening pill? 1 insect and 1 pill, but I want them alive. The old man was still in disbelief and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. After all, he had been here for so many years and had never seen anyone use a heaven-opening pill to exchange for useless insects. Then wait a moment, I have a friend who has insects, I'll call her over. As the freckled young girl spoke, she took out a bell and gently shook it. The old man on the side stopped doing business and just looked over with interest, as if he wanted to confirm whether things were really as Yang Kai said, that 4 insects could be exchanged for a heaven-opening pill. Not long after, a young girl in her early 20s squeezed out from the crowd and looked at the freckled young girl. Little Mo, someone is buying insects? The young girl named Little Mo pointed to Yang Kai and said, it's him, he wants to buy. Elder sister Xueping, you can ask him yourself. Yu Xueping frowned as she looked at Yang Kai and then at the sign next to him to make sure she was not seeing things before asking, how do you want to buy them? For insects for a heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Although she had already learned this from Little Mo's message, when she heard it with her own ears, she still found it hard to believe. She really didn't know what was wrong with this guy, actually using a heaven-opening pill to buy something like this. Was it because too many heaven-opening pills would burn his hand? However, since he did this, he must have his reasons. After pondering for a moment, she took out a wooden box and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai received it and swept it with his divine sense before gently nodding. 11 insects, and are these blue water silkworms? Yes. The number is not enough, but I'll count it as 12 for 3 heaven-opening pills. As Yang Kai spoke, he tossed the blue water silkworms into his wooden box. When he returned the box, he also handed over 3 heaven-opening pills. This was his first order, so it didn't matter if he was a little generous. After receiving the pills, Yu Xueping and Little Mo were stunned. They finally confirmed that this young man was really doing what was written on the sign. This was an unexpected fortune. Yu Xueping had only caught some blue water silkworms out of boredom to raise for fun. After all, there was nothing much to do as an odd job worker. Who knew that it would actually bring her some profit? Her shock only lasted for a moment before Yu Xueping immediately smelled the scent of great benefits from this transaction and hurriedly asked, "Brother, how many blue water silkworms do you want to buy?" "I want as many as you have, no limit," Yang Kai said with a smile. "Then will you still come next month?" "Of course. I understand." Yu Xueping nodded heavily. "Then when the city square opens next month, I'll come find you here." Yang Kai finally recovered and understood what she was planning to do. He secretly scolded himself for being foolish. He only knew how to sit here and wait for people to come to buy, but he didn't know how to train an agent. The odd job workers of other spiritual lands didn't have the habit of catching insects and keeping them. "I'm quite lucky. The great general likes me." Old Fong was about to cry. "Little brother, when you first entered the orchard, It was I who taught you how to take care of the fruit trees. I even let you practice in my own orchard. You didn't have the pure wood box and 100 refined incense, so I lent them to you for free. Didn't the great general give you a heaven-opening pill when he rewarded you? Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Old Fang opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. After a long time he sighed. Forget it, forget it. This old master is unlucky. I don't have much hope in this life. In an instant he seemed to have aged a lot. Yang Kai chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. No matter what, I still have to thank you for your 1 month of teaching. You're a stingy person but overall you're not bad. Old Fang looked at him in shock. Go and help Xiao Dai later. I think she's a bit busy. Old Fang smiled and grabbed Yang Kai's hand. He looked like he wanted to repay him with his body. Little brother, this old brother will never forget your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just call me. This old brother won't ask for too much. When little brother makes a fortune, just give me some benefits. I'll go first. You can drink slowly. After saying this, he ran out of the door with an unimaginable agility. Yang Kai wiped his hands on his clothes and continued to sit down. He didn't go back until he finished the jar of wine and spirit fruit. At night, Yang Kai's house was filled with golden light. The great general raised his head and puffed out his chest, looking forward with arrogance. Yang Kai stood in front of him and fed him the blue flame silkworms. Old Fang and Dai Yu stood to the side, holding their breaths and nervously watching. Every time he fed a dozen insects, Yang Kai would reach out his hand to the great general. Then the great general would spit out a golden light from his mouth. Yang Kai didn't know how many times he repeated this process, but after the insects in his hand were all fed, the great general burped and slowly walked out of the room. Yang Kai discovered that this stupid chicken's appetite wasn't as small as he thought. It was just an illusion that it was full after eating a dozen insects in the orchard. Its stomach was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many insects there were, it could eat them all. After closing the door and opening the restriction, Old Fang swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but ask, How many? He had never seen so many heaven-opening pills in his life. Today was an eye-opener. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the great general was so generous. He had tried to feed the great general some insects, but the great general only ate a few insects and didn't reward him with a single heaven-opening pill. Dai Yu's situation was better. She ate 5 insects and received 1 heaven-opening pill, which was normal. Only Yang Kai, the ratio of the insects he fed to the heaven-opening pills was 1:1. Under the burning gazes of the two, Yang Kai checked the space ring on his hand with his divine sense before looking up at them and chuckling, 1,400. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder how many heaven-opening pills that stupid chicken had on it. If it could just casually give him 1,400, wouldn't it have even more on it? However, those things were given to it by the Venerable One, so unless it wanted to, anyone who dared to steal them would definitely not have a good ending. Hearing this number, even though Dai Yu was mentally prepared, she couldn't help covering her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes flashing brightly. Old Fang was even more excited as he turned to Yang Kai and said, Little brother, you've struck gold, you've struck gold. He and Dai Yu had stayed in this servant room for quite some time and had seen many servants come and go, but none of them had ever been like Yang Kai, obtaining so many heaven-opening pills in just 2 months. Even if he had saved up for several hundred years, he still wouldn't have this many. This was simply a miracle, but speaking of which, this was all thanks to the great general's strange attitude towards Yang Kai. No other servant had ever been treated so generously by the great general. Old Fang immediately put the 50 heaven-opening pills into his space ring with a look of satisfaction. Yang Kai and Dai Yu also put away their heaven-opening pills. The 3 people in the room looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Who wouldn't be happy to make a fortune? There's one more thing I need to tell you. The roads to the other spirit lands have been opened. When the market opens next month, we can go there and collect insects. At that time, the profits we'll get won't just be 1 but 7. You've already talked to someone? Dai Yu asked curiously. Yang Kai told her about his encounter with Yu Shueping today and what happened afterward, telling her that he had found an agent in each spirit land and asked them to help him purchase insects from each spirit land at a ratio of 1:4. Dai Yu listened and sighed, that Yu Shueping is quite smart, actually seeing the key to the matter at once. Yang Kai played with a heaven-opening pill in his hand and said with a smile, In any case, this is also good for us, and without their help, we can't go to the other spirit lands to buy insects. That's not bad. And I have a proposal. Speak. Yang Kai looked at her. Later on, Elder Fong and I will take care of this matter. We will provide the funds and manpower. You don't have to worry about anything. You just have to be responsible for feeding the great general and getting rewards. When we get the profits, Elder Fong and I will split 10%. Old Fong said with a smile, "Mine is enough." Daiyu looked at him with a smile. "Old Fong, do you know how much 10% is? Are you sure you won't regret it if you give it away so generously?" "How much?" Old Fong asked. Daiyu smiled. "According to the profits of our fire spirit land this time, it's about 700 heaven opening pills, so 10% is 70. Moreover, this is the number of insects purchased at a ratio of 1 to 2. The other 6 spirit lands have a higher ratio, so the profits will be even more. 10% is about 600 to 700 heaven opening pills." With a gudong sound, Old Fong gulped and stared at Yang Kai anxiously. "Little brother, I'm afraid I drank too much just now and spoke without thinking. Please don't take it to heart." Yang Kai laughed. "The two of you helped me so much, how could I let you be wronged? 10%. Old Fong was grateful and couldn't help but calculate in his heart. If he and Daiyu each took 10%, then it would be 600 to 700 heaven opening pills. Wouldn't the remaining 80% be 5,000 to 6,000? He couldn't help but be shocked. This number was simply too terrifying. He had been here for several hundred years and had never collected so many heaven opening pills. Yang Kai had made such a huge profit in just 1 month. His expression became serious. "Brother, this matter cannot be known by others, otherwise there will be no peaceful days." There was no need for him to go around robbing people like he did last month. That would offend too many people, and in the end, it was proven that he didn't have as many methods as Xiao Dai. When he had free time, he would drink and play chess with Old Fong. His days were quite carefree, and from time to time, someone would come to Old Fong to sell him blue flame silkworms. According to Old Fong, he and Daiyu had already spread the word that as long as the chores in the fire spirit land caught enough insects, they could exchange them for a heaven opening pill. As such, people would come to Old Fong's orchard every few days. Yang Kai didn't know where Daiyu's orchard was, but it seemed that her situation was similar. When he returned to rest, he could feed the blue flame silkworms she received to the great general. The price had already been agreed upon, and there was nothing to be said between the two of them. However, the number of insects brought by the old man from the earth spiritual land was not that many. There were only about 300 of them. It was likely that Yu Shueping had some doubts in her heart, fearing that Yang Kai was deceiving her, so she didn't dare to accept too much. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a single spirit land to only accept so much in a month. In this regard, he wasn't as bold as Yu Shueping. After the transaction with the earth spiritual land was over, Daiyu led her people over. After a full hour, Yang Kai had received 6 groups of people, but in addition to Yu Shueping, the people from the other 5 spirit lands only brought 600 insects at most. Most of them were like the old man from the earth spirit land, about 300 to 400 insects. But they couldn't be blamed. They weren't familiar with each other, and this was the first time they had cooperated. It was right to be careful. After all, not everyone was as daring as Yu Shueping. Adding the insects from the 6 spiritual lands together, it was a very large number. After collecting all the insects, there was no reason to stay in the market. The 3 of them immediately returned home and called for Great General Si Chen. They hid in the room and split the spoils. After counting, they found that they had earned a total of 3,000 heaven opening pills this month. According to the previous agreement, Old Fong and Daiyu each took 10%. The remaining 2,000 or so were all given to Yang Kai. Old Fong was shocked. 2,000 a month meant at least 30,000 a year. It was enough to buy 2 sets of grade 3 materials. As long as they had enough materials, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to reach heaven opening in the future. After reaching heaven opening, they would be able to get rid of their servant status and truly become part of the Qiqiao land. In a good mood, Old Fong dragged Yang Kai and Daiyu to the market for a drink. With nothing to do and Old Fong's warm invitation, Yang Kai couldn't refuse. However, Daiyu said she had other things to do and wouldn't go. In the end, Yang Kai followed him to the market. There was a restaurant in the market. It was also opened by the Qiqiao land, but the workers there were all servants. It was only open for 3 days a month. The food and drinks in the restaurant weren't cheap, so normal servants couldn't afford to patronize it. However, it was only one restaurant after all. The market gathered the servants of the 7 spiritual lands. It was bustling with people every day, so the restaurant's business wasn't bad. It wasn't as bleak as one would expect. Following Old Fong into the restaurant, a servant dressed as a servant immediately came up to greet them warmly. Yang Kai looked around and found that there were 7 or 8 tables in the lobby. There were 4 or 5 tables filled with people. They each ordered a few jugs of wine and a few dishes. They were eating in full swing. Old Fong had probably been here before. He waved his hand generously. "Do you have a private room? Give me one." There weren't many people who could eat and drink in this restaurant, so the private rooms on the 2nd floor were definitely not full. Hearing this, the servant nodded and smiled. "Yes, yes. Brothers, please come upstairs." They followed the servant to the 2nd floor and entered a private room. The 2 of them sat down. Old Fong called out a list of dishes and waved his hand. "Give me 10 jugs of good wine." Yang Kai turned to look at him and smiled. "Can you finish all of them? Take them away if you can't." Old Fong ordered the servant. "Pack 10 more jugs and take them away. That's all for now. I'll call you if it's not enough." The servant hurriedly responded and left to do his job. Yang Kai looked around and smiled. "You come here often?" Old Fong laughed dryly. "How could I? Normally, I would only come here to buy a few jars of wine to drink at home. I've been in Kikikyo for hundreds of years, but the number of times I've come here is less than 10. It's all thanks to you today, otherwise I wouldn't be willing to come here." After a pause he said, "The things here are a little expensive, but the taste is still not bad. There are many things that we can't see where we come from. Little brother, eat more later." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Since you're treating, I won't stand on ceremony." Old Fong said with a smile, Of course, of course." After a short while all the dishes were served. Old Fong took the initiative to pour wine and enthusiastically served Yang Kai, the god of wealth. He ate and drank while chatting. After all, Old Fong had been here for a few hundred years, so he knew more about the 7 Corners land than Yang Kai. Although he didn't know much about the situation outside of the 7 Corners land, he knew more about the Fire Spirit land than anyone else. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai listened with great interest. According to him, Zhou Jing's steward Chow used to be a servant in the Fire Spirit land, but his luck was better. He was recognized by the higher-ups, and he made a few contributions to the orchard. After accumulating enough heaven-opening pills and buying all the ingredients, he was promoted to the heaven-opening realm. Only then was he promoted to manager of the Fire Spirit land. Yang Kai was shocked. He raised his wine cup and said, "Steward Chow is in the heaven-opening realm?" He hadn't been able to tell. He thought that Steward Chow was the same as him, walking on the path of cultivation. At most, he had condensed a few more types of energy than him. "What kind of heaven-opening realm is that?" Old Fong sneered. Who knew if it was because he was in a better mood but he was drunk? "It's just a first-grade heaven-opening realm. If this old man wanted to, he would have broken through long ago." Yang Kai silently calculated. First-grade materials were worth 150 heaven-opening pills. To condense 7 types of energy he would need at least 1,000 spirit pills. Old Fong had been here for several hundred years, so he should have accumulated enough. He wasn't bragging. Drinking the wine in his cup, Old Fong sneered, "First-grade heaven-opening realm is the most hopeless heaven-opening realm. By doing this he's cutting off his own path. No matter how many heaven-opening pills he takes in the future, he'll only be able to reach 3rd grade at most. This old man's ambition isn't that low. I want to directly reach 3rd grade heaven-opening realm." This idea was the same as Dai Yu's. Dai Yu's goal was also 3rd grade heaven-opening realm. As a result, she had hopes of reaching 4th grade or even 5th grade heaven-opening realm. 4th grade or 5th grade heaven-opening realm was the middle heaven-opening realm. It was on a completely different level from the lower heaven-opening realm. Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 3858. That being said, everyone had their own difficulties. High-grade materials were not so easy to find. There would always be people who were forced to split open the heavens. While the 2 were talking, they suddenly heard a loud noise and the door was kicked open. Just as Lao Fong was feeling complacent, he slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Who is it?" He turned his head and did not recognize the person, but he looked familiar. Yang Kai recognized the person immediately and said in surprise, "Brother Shi?" The person was one of the newcomers who came with him, the monster man Shi Haotsong. Yang Kai did not know why he was here, and he even kicked open the door without any hesitation. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, Lao Fang came back to his senses and remembered that he had vaguely seen him in the servant room in the Fire Spirit land. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Do you know him?" Yang Kai nodded, thinking that not only did they know each other, but they had also formed an alliance to help each other. Since it was someone Yang Kai knew, Lao Fang could not be rude and said, "Since you are friends, why don't you sit down and have a drink with me?" Shi Haotsang looked at Yang Kai and frowned slightly. He fixed his eyes on Lao Fang again and slowly shook his head. "I don't dare." He gestured to the side and said, "Steward Chow invites the two of you." "Steward Chow?" Lao Fang shivered and sobered up. Which Steward Chow?" Shi Haotsang sneered. "How many Steward Chow do you know? Where is the Steward Chow?" Lao Fang swallowed his saliva. Shi Haotsang did not speak and only looked at him quietly. Cold sweat slowly appeared on Lao Fang's forehead, and he suddenly felt that a great disaster was coming. At this time he also realized that it must be because he was too excited and drank too much with Yang Kai, so he spoke without thinking. Even the walls had ears. Maybe the Steward Chow was sitting next to them. He turned his head and looked at Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai also smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence he stood up and said, "Let's go." If it was a blessing it wouldn't be a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. Since the other party had invited the two of them, he was definitely included. Shi Haotsang led the way in front, while Yang Kai and Old Fang followed closely behind. Old Fang's legs and stomach were shaking. Previously when he was chatting with Yang Kai he had disparaged Zhou Jing, a rank 1 Kai Tian, as useless. However, Kai Tian was Kai Tian. Moreover, Zhou Jing had the title of manager of the orchard. No matter what, he was powerless to contend with him. If he really made things difficult for him he could only accept it. He really wanted to slap himself. After drinking a little wine, he didn't have a lock on his mouth and dared to say anything. Steward Chow was right next door and he was not alone. When he followed Shi Haotsang into the cubicle next door, Yang Kai looked up and saw a table full of exquisite dishes. There were 5 people sitting at the table. Steward Chow was at the head of the table. On his left was Fang Tai from the Black River realm. On his right was the woman Sun Yene. Thousand Feather Boy and Ah Sun were also there. The newcomers who had recently come to the Fire Spirit land were all here. Yang Kai suddenly showed a surprised expression. The situation was very obvious. Fang Tai and the others were hosting a banquet for the Steward Chow. What surprised him was that he didn't know anything about this. Moreover, no one came to inform him. Although he ran to the marketplace as soon as he came back from the orchard, after they formed an alliance last time, they had left their contact information. If they wanted to find him, it would be very easy and they could send a message to him. Since he didn't receive any news, it meant that they didn't intend to inform him. As his thoughts wandered, Yang Kai understood the whole story. Chapter 38:59. Brother, I've implicated you. I'm sorry. Old Fang kept apologizing as they walked out of the market. Earlier in the restaurant, Yang Kai and Fang Tai didn't see eye to eye and parted on bad terms. Although Old Fang wasn't paying attention, he still noticed it. Yang Kai laughed. "You're thinking too much. That guy clearly wants to distance himself from me. Even if today's incident didn't happen, he would have found another reason." But then again he didn't have much of a relationship with Fang Tai. They just drank a pot of tea together in the market last month and then verbally agreed to form an alliance. Yang Kai didn't really care about this kind of unreliable alliance. Fang Tai took the opportunity to make things difficult for him today because he wanted to draw a clear line between them. He probably wasn't afraid of being implicated. They didn't have much of a relationship, so even if something happened to Yang Kai, he wouldn't be implicated. But since they had agreed to form an alliance, if he didn't do anything when something happened to Yang Kai, it wouldn't be justifiable. Now that they had parted ways, Yang Kai's life and death had nothing to do with him. "Are you close? Why does he want to distance himself from you?" Old Fang didn't understand. Yang Kai shook his head. "We're not that close." He didn't want to talk about the alliance. He turned his head and said, "But you, how are you going to solve today's incident? If you don't handle it well, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome." Old Fang said with a bitter face, "I don't know." Yang Kai sighed. "Prepare to spend a lot of money. That Zhou Jing seems to be a greedy person. If you can be ruthless and give him more benefits, it should be fine." "I hope so." It's not bad if I can spend money to avoid trouble. Brother, do you want to come with me? Today he saw you with me. If I go alone, I'm afraid he'll have a worse impression of you. That's true. Kai Yang rubbed his chin. How about this, when you go later, count me in as well, I won't be going. It's not good for too many people to go, so I'll have to trouble you to be the representative. Old Fang thought about it and felt that Yang Kai's words made sense. After all, giving a gift was not something that could be seen in public. It was better for him to go alone than with two people, so he immediately nodded and agreed. He wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. After all, with his monthly income, Yang Kai wouldn't go back on his word. They didn't speak the entire way back to the handyman quarters. Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to wander around after the celebration. He spent the rest of his rest time in his room. 2 days later, General Si Chen entered the orchard and patrolled his territory as usual. 30 fruit trees didn't take much effort. However, Yang Kai soon stopped in front of a fruit tree and frowned. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there was something wrong with this fire spirit fruit tree. After carefully comparing it with the other fruit trees, he found that there was indeed something wrong. The leaves on this fruit tree and the color of the fire spirit fruit tree were redder than 3 days ago, as if they were about to be ripe. He didn't know what was going on, so he quickly went to ask Old Fang. When Old Fang saw him, he smiled and said, "Brother, you're here?" Yang Kai looked at his expression and smiled. "Is it done?" If it wasn't done, Old Fang wouldn't be so calm. As expected, Old Fang nodded. "It's done. It's just that it cost a lot." "How much?" Yang Kai asked. Old Fang gestured and said with heartache, 100 heaven-opening pills. That's a few dozen years of my income. This time he had really lost a lot. That was in the past. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "How much do you get in a month now? What's there to feel heartache about? You said it yourself, we're spending money to avoid disasters." "Yes." Yang Kai didn't know why he was so excited, but it was obvious that he had discovered something and tried a few more times. After a long time, Old Fang waved his hand, indicating that Yang Kai could stop. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. Yang Kai was startled. "What are you doing?" Old Fang looked at him with burning eyes. "Why didn't I think of it? I should have thought of it a long time ago. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a blessing, not a curse." Those two originally cloudy eyes were now shining with an astonishing light. Yang Kai frowned. "What is a blessing, not a curse? Explain it clearly." Old Fang said with an envious expression, "Brother, your luck really is heaven-defying." Yang Kai snorted. "The one with heaven-defying luck is Fang Tai. In the 2 months he's been here, he's made 2 contributions. What's the big deal about his luck? Although this old master doesn't know what kind of contribution he made compared to you, it's definitely a small wizard meeting a great wizard." Old Fang rubbed his hands excitedly. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Kai was confused. Old Fang said, "The entire orchard is built on top of a huge fire spirit land. You should know that, right? The fire element energy contained in this fire spirit land is precisely the nutrients that the fruit trees need. If we use the 9 grades of heaven opening to divide, then the fire element energy here can be divided into 1 grade. In other words, we can use the energy here to condense our own fire element energy, and we don't need to spend money to buy it. However, the grade of this energy is too low, so few people would do so. Steward Chow accidentally absorbed the fire attribute energy here and was forced to condense the 1st grade heaven splitting. However, there are exceptions to everything. In the fire elemental energy of the 1st grade, it is possible to produce materials of a higher grade." Yang Kai nodded. Zhang Ruoshi had also told him about this before. It was said that the Golden Spirit Blessed Land, one of the 72 blessed lands, had a kind of sharp metal yuan demon. This sharp metal yuan demon was a 5th grade material, and as long as one paid the right price, anyone could enter it to condense metal attribute energy. Inside the sharp metal yuan demon, it was possible to give birth to 7th grade demon essence. By the same token, 1st grade fire attribute energy could naturally give birth to higher grade materials. However, Zhou Zheng had been forced to reach the 1st stage heaven splitter because he had accidentally absorbed the fire elemental energy here. I remember that 300 years ago in this orchard, a ball of scarlet sky true flame appeared in the territory managed by a guy. At that time, many people from the Chichao lands came and spent a lot of effort to take away the scarlet sky true flame. And that scarlet sky true flame is a third-grade material. Yang Kai was stunned. You mean? I also have scarlet sky true flame here? That's right. Old Fang said excitedly. When the disciples of the Seven Openings land collected scarlet sky true flame, many odd job workers ran over to watch the fun. This old man also went over. Although there was a barrier at the time and I couldn't see clearly, after the barrier was lifted, I felt a slightly different kind of fire attribute energy. It was exactly the same as what I felt just now. Really? Yang Kai squinted at him. Don't lie to me. Is there such a good thing? Why would I lie to you? Old Fang smiled. Little brother, you're so lucky. Just randomly assigned a piece of land and you actually have scarlet sky true flame. Now you don't have to be afraid. Good luck, good luck. It's really enviable. Even if there really is scarlet sky true flame, it belongs to the Seven Openings land. It has nothing to do with me. Du Ruffing sneered. Even that trash Zhou Zheng wouldn't be able to discover the scarlet sky golden flame here. Du Ruffing quickly left. Originally, he wanted to immediately report to the Venerable after taking the scarlet sky golden flame. After all, a fourth-grade material was really hard to come by, but he stayed for a while to investigate Yang Kai's wood element force. Now that things were clear, there was no need to stay. As soon as Du Ruffing left, Zhou Zheng hurried over. What did Brother Du ask you? I didn't ask anything. I just casually praised him. Really? Zhou Zheng looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, Master, if you don't believe me, why don't you ask Master Du? Zhou Zheng coldly snorted, that better be the case. He paused for a moment, then said, You've made a great contribution today. When we return, the Venerable One and Brother Du will definitely reward you. Just wait for the good news. After saying that, he flew into the air, seemingly in a bad mood. In the orchard, Old Fang's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Fourth-grade heaven opening talent? Are you for real, little brat? Are you lying to me? In his excitement, he stopped calling him little brat, and directly called him little brat. Yang Kai picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Why would I lie to you? That Du Ruffing personally said that it was a fourth-grade scarlet sky golden flame. At that time, if he didn't have a suitable artifact, he would have failed. Good heavens! Old Fang exclaimed, a fourth-grade artifact, doesn't that mean it's worth 150,000? Yang Kai squinted at him. Why are you so excited? It's none of your business. Old Fang said, It's none of my business, but it's yours. You were the one who discovered it, so how much of a reward will you get? Who knows? Yang Kai shrugged. In fact, what he cared about now was not the reward, but his wood elemental energy. Before, he had been forced to release his Dao seal for Du Ruffing to observe, and although the other party hadn't been able to discover anything, he still had the Earth Protector behind him. With Duan Hai's knowledge and experience, he didn't know if the lies he had casually made up would be able to fool him. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai said, Old Fang, I have something to ask you. Go ahead, little brother. Have you ever heard of a secret technique that allows one to forcibly seize the yin, yang, and 5 elements from others? What kind of secret technique is that? Old Fang's eyes widened. Yang Kai was speechless. I don't know, that's why I'm asking you. If I knew, why would I bother asking you? I've never heard of such a thing. Old Fang shook his head like a rattledrum, but even if there is such a secret technique, it's not surprising. This old man left his universe world and came to this fire spirit land to work as a handyman. He hasn't been out since, so I don't know much about the outside world. Why do you ask? Just asking, Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Old Fang looked at him for a while before chuckling. Little brother, don't worry too much. As the saying goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will always be a way out. We were just worried about your plot of land and fruit trees before, but who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, little brother would make such a great contribution? That Fang Tai thinks he can act arrogantly just because he has made 2 contributions. If he were to learn of little brother's situation, wouldn't he be ashamed to death? What's there to be ashamed of? Yang Kai laughed. The rewards of the fire spirit land came quickly, and perhaps because the 4th grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flames were too important, Zhou Zheng came again 3 days after that day. Yang Kai and Old Fang were playing chess when they saw him arrive, so they quickly got up and bowed. Zhou Zheng placed one hand behind his back and tossed a space ring to Yang Kai with the other, saying lightly, Yang Kai, you did a good job in collecting the Scarlet Sky Golden Flames. When the Venerable learned of this, he praised you greatly. These are all rewards from the Venerable. Yang Kai caught the space ring and swept it with his divine sense. He was slightly surprised, but he quickly composed himself and put away the space ring before cupping his fists and saying, Thank you, Venerable. Zhou Zheng nodded calmly but didn't say anything, simply looking up at the sky with his hands behind his back, as if there was a wonderful scenery in the sky, but he didn't show any intention of leaving immediately. Old Fang kept signaling Yang Kai with his eyes, but when he saw that Yang Kai wasn't paying attention to him, he poked him with his hand. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Old Fang pointing angrily in Zhou Zheng's direction, and his eyes kept drifting in that direction. Chapter 38-64. Zhou Zheng took the space ring with a cold expression and swept it with his divine sense, discovering that there were only 20 heaven-opening pills inside. Coldly snorting, he threw the space ring on the ground and flicked his sleeve. Not at all, I'm leaving. If it were any other time, Zhou Zheng would have gladly accepted these 20 pills, but today was different. Compared to the rewards Yang Kai had received, what were these 20 heaven-opening pills? It was nothing more than a small profit. Steward Chow, Steward Chow. Old Fang hurriedly picked up the space ring and chased after him. After a long time, Old Fang returned with a sigh, and from the look on his face, it was obvious that things had not gone well. When he returned, he found Yang Kai holding the space ring and inspecting the heaven-opening pills inside, grinning from ear to ear. Seeing this, Old Fang couldn't help pointing at him angrily and scolding, Look at you, why did you offend him for no reason? You should have just shared some benefits with him. Yang Kai sneered, If the gifts we gave before were useful, I wouldn't have cared, but you and I clearly gave him generous gifts before, yet he just stood by and watched us die. Why should we let him off so easily now? Old Fang stomped his foot and said, He is the manager of the orchard after all, it's better to spend money to avoid disasters than to offend him. If he were to make things difficult for you in the future, would you be able to bear it? I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Yang Kai sneered, Although he's the manager, he can't do whatever he wants. Although I'm just a servant, I'm not necessarily afraid of him. Old Fang sighed, Now that things have gotten to this point, it's useless to say anything else. After sitting down and drinking a glass of wine, he saw Yang Kai still smiling mischievously, so he couldn't help asking, How much did the Venerable reward you this time? Why are you smiling like this? Take a look for yourself. Yang Kai tossed the space ring in his hand over. Old Fang caught it, swept it with his divine sense and exclaimed, So many? Although there was no detailed count, there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 heaven-opening pills inside the space ring. This was already an extremely terrifying number for an odd job worker. Although he had already expected that the Venerable One would reward him handsomely, he did not expect it to be so many. He thought that he would at most get a few hundred to 1,000 pieces. Yang Kai said, 5,000. I just don't know if that Zhou Zheng embezzled any of it. Old Fang shook his head and said, That's not necessary. This was directly bestowed by the Venerable One. He's just a small orchard manager and he doesn't have the guts to do anything. Otherwise, if the Venerable One finds out, he won't let him off easily. No wonder he didn't care for the 20 heaven-opening pills I gave him. So that's why. Yang Kai laughed and said, Now you know why I pretended to be stupid? If I were to share the benefits with him, how much would be appropriate? With his appetite, I'm afraid he won't be satisfied without at least 1,000 heaven-opening pills. Since he was so heartless before, why should I give him 1,000 heaven-opening pills? Old Fang nodded and said, That's true. If we give him too little, I'm afraid he'll hold a grudge. If we give him too much, we'll be at a disadvantage. We might as well ignore him. Indeed. Yang Kai took back his space ring and grinned. Old Fong was extremely envious. With 5,000 heaven-opening pills in his hands, which servant in the entire Chichao land could compare? He had seen the most meritorious service Yang Kai had ever received was no more than 60 heaven-opening pills. These 5,000 heaven-opening pills were enough for a servant to save for hundreds or even thousands of years without eating or drinking. Chapter 3865. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that he actually knew the person who had just arrived. He had been in the handyman room for less than 3 months and had not interacted with many people. However, the person in front of him was definitely one of them. It was Xiang Yong, the person who had chased Dai Yu to the market and intercepted him outside the market. He had seen him twice and only communicated with him once. However, Yang Kai felt that this person was simple-minded and domineering. So, this orchard was under Xiang Yong's management? Why did Zhou Jing bring him here? Yang Kai was puzzled. On the other side, Xiang Yong also saw Yang Kai and his eyes widened. He touched his head with one hand and pointed at Yang Kai with the other. You. I think I've seen you somewhere before. Smiling, Kai Yang replied, the city square. With this reminder, Xiang Yong suddenly realized. All right, it's you. I remember now. You know him? Zhou Jing looked at him coldly. When he heard this, he looked from one to the other and a subtle smile appeared on his face. No. Xiang Yong shook his head and turned to look at Zhou Zheng. Steward Chow, what can I do for you? Zhou Zheng put his hands behind his back and said lightly, I'm here to inform you that from today onwards, your orchard will be under Yang Kai's management. Xiang Yong's mouth opened so wide that it could fit a fist. He stood there stupidly and did not recover from his shock for a long time. Yang Kai was also stunned. How could there be such a good thing? This was a good thing for any handyman. The orchard he was in charge of was too small and there were too few fruit trees. If it were anywhere else he would have made a lot of money. This was also why he had asked Old Fong to give him a gift. However, he had offended Zhou Zheng. How could Zhou Zheng let him have an easy time? Even if he would not do anything to him openly, he could still do something secretly. Could it be that there was something wrong with Xiang Yong's land? As he thought about it, he suddenly realized that there was no problem with Xiang Yong's plot of land. Zhou Zheng's actions had a deeper meaning. On the other side, Xiang Yong hesitated for a moment and scratched his head. Steward Chow, what did you just say? I don't think I heard you clearly. Zhou Zheng said word by word. From today onwards, this piece of land will be taken over by Yang Kai. Do you hear me? Xiang Yong immediately looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he pointed at Yang Kai with his thick fingers. What? Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. Just because this is my order, is it enough? What, do you not place the steward in your eyes? As he spoke, the aura of a heaven-opening realm expert slowly spread out. Feeling this pressure, the furious Xiang Yong sobered up a little. He put on a smile and said, No, Steward Zhou, how could this Xiang dare to not put you in his eyes? Is there some misunderstanding in this matter? Where did this Xiang not do well enough? Why do you suddenly want someone else to take over my territory? It has nothing to do with you. Yang Kai also cupped his hands and said, Steward Chow, since Brother Xiang is so reluctant, why don't we just forget about it? My land is quite good, there's no need to change it. Zhou Jing sneered, It's not up to you to decide whether to change it or not. This steward won't hide it from you. Brother Du said this, so today whether you want to change it or not, you have to change it. Yang Kai was speechless. He wondered why Du Ruffing was involved in this small matter. Wasn't he the disciple of the Fire Spirit Lands Consul? However, since Zhou Jing said so, it couldn't be wrong. Could it be because he helped him collect the Scarlet Firmament Golden Flame a few days ago? Xiang Yong blinked a few times. Zhou Jing urged from not far away. Xiang Yong turned his head and wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhou Zheng's cold expression, he knew that it was useless to say anything. He could only accept his fate. He glared at Yang Kai and said, Just you wait, I'll be back. As Zhou Jing walked away, he looked back 3 times. His eyes were full of threats. Yang Kai only smacked his lips when the two disappeared from his sight. Zhou Zheng's move was good. He used Du Rufing's name to offend someone for no reason. Moreover, it was someone who looked very difficult to deal with. Even if this matter was spread out, he would still be in the right. After all, for an odd job worker, this was already a show of kindness. No one could say anything about it. But in reality, Yang Kai didn't want to change his territory at all. The hidden danger in his original territory had already been solved. He also had the god of fortune, General Si Qin. He didn't need to rely on the orchard's harvest like the other odd job workers. Comparatively speaking, he preferred his own plot of land. It was small and didn't require much energy to take care of it. Most importantly, it was next to Old Fong. When he was bored, he could drink with Old Fong and play chess. But now that things had come to this, he could only take things as they came. This orchard was much larger than his previous one. There was also a thatched hut next to it. The construction was very exquisite. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that it wasn't the work of that bear Xiang Yong. It was probably left behind by one of the odd job workers who took care of the fruit trees. Old Fong also had his own hut. The reason why Yang Kai didn't have one before was because the orchard was too small and there wasn't enough space to build one. Otherwise he would have his own hut. After all, the odd job workers had to stay in the orchard for nearly a month. Although it wasn't a big deal to sleep in the open, it was still better to have a place to stay. Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. Dust hit him in the face and he almost choked. He was speechless. How long had it been since that bear entered this hut? The dust inside was already 3 inches thick. He used his technique to clean up the hut and took out some tables and chairs from his space ring. The hut looked more presentable now. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yang Kai took out the token and held it in his hand. Before Zhou Jing left, he had swapped his token with Xiang Yong's. The tokens in each territory were different. Only by refining the token could Yang Kai know the details of this orchard. Yang Kai naturally refined the token as soon as possible. Today's events had made him more vigilant. He felt that he had to be more careful in the future to avoid giving Zhou Zheng something to use against him. Tokens were specially made for odd job workers in the Fire Spirit land. Because they often changed owners, it wasn't difficult to refine them. In less than an hour, the token had been completely refined. Sending his divine sense into it, Yang Kai clicked his tongue. It seemed that Xiang Yong had been doing quite well before. Although this orchard wasn't particularly large, it was at least half the size of Old Fong's. The number of fruit trees was also about half. The details of each fruit tree couldn't be seen in the token, so Yang Kai could only check them one by one to see if there was anything he needed to pay attention to. Leaving the hut, Yang Kai strolled around his orchard, inspecting each fruit tree. Looking around, Yang Kai discovered that Xiang Yong was quite careless in taking care of the fruit trees. There were many places where he didn't do a good job. Yang Kai didn't know how Xiang Yong had managed to get such a large territory. If Old Fong were to take care of the same orchard, he would definitely be in a much better condition than Xiang Yong. Yang Kai had no choice but to slowly correct his mistakes. Yang Kai was full of admiration. Brother Xiang is really a saint of love. What do you know? Xiang Yong snorted, his mouth full of the smell of alcohol. If it wasn't for Dai, I would have died many years ago. My life is hers, so what if she beats me a few times? Yang Kai asked curiously, Miss Dai, you saved Brother Xiang's life? Xiang Yong snorted, I have nothing to say to you. Why are you asking so many questions? We're just chatting. There's nothing to do anyway. Xiang Yong frowned and pondered for a while. He seemed to think that Yang Kai's words made sense, so his attitude softened a little. Then tell me, why doesn't Dai like me? What did I do wrong? How would I know if you ask me? You should ask Dai. Besides, love is a matter between two people. What's the use of being warm to one person? Is it too tight? Yang Kai asked. What's too tight? Xiang Yong stared. You're pushing too hard. Yang Kai explained, think about it from another perspective. If a woman pestered you all day and didn't give you any time to breathe, how would you feel? Is she beautiful? Is there a difference? This time it was Yang Kai's turn to stare. Of course there's a difference. Xiang Yong snorted, if she's beautiful, I'll do her immediately and make her my woman. If she's ugly, I'll give her a few punches and kicks. Boy, are you saying I'm ugly? How am I ugly? Yang Kai sternly said, Brother Xiang is such a heroic and extraordinary person. How can you be associated with the word ugly? It's probably because Dayu doesn't know how to appreciate your beauty. He didn't know why, but his conscience inexplicably hurt. Xiang Yong narrowed his eyes. You mean Dai's taste is bad? Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Brother Xiang, please, I still have something to do. A palm patted directly on Yang Kai's shoulder, making him bend down. Xiang Yong said, Don't go, don't go. Let's talk clearly. Talk about what? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. Tell me, how can I make Dai follow me willingly? As long as you help me this time, I'll let bygones be bygones. Damn it, how can I help you? It's up to you, okay? Yang Kai was really speechless. But looking at Xiang Yong's posture, if he didn't say something, it wouldn't end well. After hesitating for a while, he said, Why don't you try to play hard to get? Xiang Yong's eyes lit up. He looked around for a while and said sneakily, How do I play hard to get? Yang Kai also lowered his voice. I saw Brother Xiang pestering Dayu before. She should be used to you going to her every day. Under such circumstances, if you suddenly stop going to her, will she be very strange? Will she think about what you are busy with? Did he suffer some kind of injury? As long as she has these thoughts, she will start to care about you. Men and women are the same. What you can't get is the best. If you take the initiative to stick to her, she won't know how to cherish you. Xiang Yong's heart was shaken. His face was flushed as if he was imagining the beautiful scene in the future. He licked his lips and said, Will this work? How do you know if you don't try? Anyway, there's no loss. If it doesn't work, we'll think of another way. Okay. Xiang Yong clenched his fist and hit his palm. Let's do as you say. When do we start? There's no time like the present. Let's do it now. Good. Xiang Yong strode away, then I'll go back first. If Dayu asks about me later, remember to tell me. Chapter 3868. I've always been the kind of person who reciprocates with peaches. That scarlet firmament golden flame is very important to me, and now that I've obtained it, I naturally won't forget your hard work. Du Ruffing smiled at Yang Kai. How about it? Are you interested in coming? I don't dare say anything else, but I'm confident I can help you reach the third stage within 300 years. Yang Kai exclaimed, Third stage splitting heavens. The third stage splitting heavens could be said to be the greatest dream of a servant, but so far no servant had been able to accomplish it. After all, condensing one's strength required far too many materials, and each one was extremely valuable. Servants simply couldn't save enough heaven-splitting pills. Of course, Yang Kai's goal was definitely not limited to the third stage, but as a servant he naturally had to react as a servant should. Du Ruffing nodded. I know you're lucky to have condensed wood element strength above the fourth stage, but you should know that this is just a moment of luck. Even if you have wood element strength above the fourth stage without other high-grade materials, your future in splitting heavens will be limited. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. It's good that you understand. I'm just afraid you'll feel too good about yourself and have too high of an expectation. In the end, you'll achieve nothing. Many thanks for Master's kindness. Yang Kai cupped his fists, but Disciple has thought about it and feels it's better to work in the orchard for the time being. What? Du Ruffing was slightly stunned, not having expected Yang Kai to reject his proposal. After all, this was an irresistible temptation for any servant. First, Disciple has only been in the Fire Spirit Land for 3 months. Although I've made some contributions, I've also received a proper reward. If the other servants learn of this, they'll complain that Master is unfair. At that time, everyone will be impetuous and taking care of the orchard will be delayed. Who would dare? Du Ruffing sneered. Yang Kai said, not openly but privately, I don't know. Du Ruffing pondered for a moment before nodding. Continue. Second, Disciple wants to temper himself in the orchard for a while. When the time is right, Disciple will submit to Master. At that time, no one will say anything and Disciple will be able to help Master better. Unlike now, Disciple can only rely on Master's wings and achieve nothing. Du Ruffing looked at Yang Kai. It's rare for you to have such a heart. Since that's the case, it's fine. When you've thought it through, you can come find me. Thank you, Master. After saying a few more words of encouragement to Yang Kai, Du Ruffing continued to patrol the orchard. He had just found a way to make money, earning several thousand heaven-opening pills every month. Why would he go follow Du Ruffing for no reason? If he really did, then this source of income would be cut off. Du Ruffing had promised him that he would reach third-grade heaven opening within 300 years. The materials needed to reach third-grade heaven opening pills were only worth around 110,000 heaven opening pills. He could easily save up this amount in a few years, so why would he need Du Ruffing's guarantee? The following days were very calm, but Yang Kai could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the orchard had become tense. Perhaps it was because the head steward was coming to inspect, but all the servants obediently stayed in their own territories, carefully taking care of the fruit trees, afraid that something would go wrong. Even Xiang Yong didn't dare to leave his territory. Zhou Zheng had probably given him some kind of order. Daiyu smiled from the side. According to our current income, we only need 1 to 2 opening heaven pills to buy a set of materials, but we still can't compare with little brother Yang Kai. Who can compare with him? Old Fong smiled bitterly. When Yang Kai had received 5,000 opening heaven pills as a reward, he had thought it was enough, but now Yang Kai's monthly income was 8,000. How about I give you another 10%? Yang Kai looked at them. Daiyu and Old Fong looked at each other and waved their hands. No, 10% is 10%. If we need opening heaven pills in the future, we can borrow them from you. That's fine too. Yang Kai nodded. Suddenly he remembered something and asked, right, if the workers buy materials and want to condense them, what about the orchard? They can't take care of it and absorb it at the same time, right? Daiyu explained, they can apply for seclusion. If you want a horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass. Chiqiao Land is quite humane about this. Old Fong nodded. That's right, as long as you need to absorb opening heaven pills, you can apply for seclusion. Of course, it depends on the local managers. If too many people go into seclusion at once, there will be no one to take care of the orchard. Daiyu said, that's why this matter still depends on whether the managers approve or not. Even if you apply, you might have to wait for 10 or 20 years or even longer before it's your turn. I once applied to go into seclusion and waited for 50 years. Yang Kai laughed. If I apply, Zhou Zheng definitely won't approve. After chatting for a while, the three of them dispersed. Yang Kai and Old Fong were going to visit the city again. They had made a lot of money this time and wanted to take advantage of the fact that the city wasn't closed yet to have some fun. Since Daiyu didn't want to go, the two of them didn't force her. Drinking and having fun really wasn't suitable for women. When they returned from the city, Yang Kai went straight to Daiyu's hut and knocked on the door. Daiyu was a little surprised and invited him in, bringing him a cup of tea and asking curiously, what's the matter? Nothing. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and mysteriously took out something from his space ring. I just wanted to give you something, see if you like it. Daiyu blushed slightly and asked, you came all the way here to give me something? What is it? Take a look for yourself. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Daiyu glared at him for a moment before looking down and seeing a delicate box placed in front of her. It wasn't a box made of pure wood used to catch insects, but rather another kind that looked familiar. Realizing what was inside this box, she looked up at Yang Kai and asked, you didn't buy that, did you? You guessed? Yang Kai was stunned. Daiyu said, I've been here for 1,000 years and have gone to that place to buy things. I recognize this box. As he spoke, he opened the box. Inside the box was a strange object that was constantly twisting and changing its shape. It was filled with metal elemental energy. Untainted golden dew. Daiyu sighed slightly, it really is this, why did you buy it? Yang Kai smiled and said, we agreed before that I would buy it for you in the future. That was just a joke. No, this is too precious, you should take it back. Daiyu shook her head. A third-grade material was worth 16,000 heaven-opening pills in heaven-opening hall. Every time she went to the city she could only take a look and never thought she would one day be able to buy it, but now it was sitting right in front of her. Saying so, she closed the box and pushed it in front of Yang Kai. Since I'm giving it to you, I won't take it back. Yang Kai pushed the box back and said seriously, if I didn't have the financial resources I wouldn't have thought of it, but since I have enough heaven-opening pills, I naturally have to fulfill my promise. Yang Kai was somewhat speechless. However, today's matter gave him a strange feeling. Although Fang Tai had wanted to draw a clear line between them because he had offended Zhou Zheng, there was no need for him to offend him for no reason, right? Fang Tai's actions today gave him the feeling that he was intentionally trying to anger him. But what good would that do for Fang Tai? In the end he would end up the same as him, locked up here, and who knew what kind of punishment he would receive. He had heard old Fang say that the Qiqiao land's punishment for workers who made mistakes was quite harsh. If he didn't handle this matter well, he might end up locked up for 3 to 5 years. If he was really locked up for such a long time, it would be a huge loss. Once he was locked up here, his source of income would be cut off, and who knew how many heaven-opening pills he would lose. Thinking of this, Fang Tai became even more displeased. He coldly glanced over and saw that this guy was looking anxiously in a certain direction, his face full of anticipation. Yang Kai frowned slightly, not knowing what he was looking forward to. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside. Fang Tai, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, immediately stood up, and Yang Kai also listened attentively. Not long after, a person arrived in front of the cell, his eyes gloomy as he looked at the two people in the cell. "Master Steward!" Fang Tai exclaimed excitedly. "Steward Chow." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. Although he didn't get along well with Zhou Zheng since the other party had the title of steward, he still had to show the proper etiquette, lest he caught something that could be used against him. "You two really give face to my fire spirit land chores room." Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth and pointed at the two people in the cell, a look of resentment on his face. "Fighting over a woman and coming to the market square? You two are good, you two are too good." Fang Tai awkwardly said, "It's a misunderstanding, Master Steward. Yang Kai and I weren't fighting over a woman, it was just that our hands were itchy and we casually swapped pointers. Who knew that this would happen?" As he spoke, he turned his head and shot a look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and pretended not to see. "You've been caught by the patrol and brought here, yet you still dare to say it's a misunderstanding." Zhou Zheng angrily shouted, "And the injury on your eye, do you think I'm blind?" Fang Tai reached out and covered the eye that Yang Kai had hit. Not saying a word, Zhou Zheng snorted, "Do you know what punishment there is for a private fight between chores?" Fang Tai nervously asked, "What punishment?" 3 to 100 years of confinement. Zhou Zheng sneered, "Do you want 3 years or 100 years?" Fang Tai was shocked and begged, "Master Steward, please save me." Zhou Zheng said, "But I happen to know the patrol leader who caught you, so I can speak to him. Seeing that you're both newcomers and this is your first offense, I'll let it go this time. If there's a next time, there won't be any mercy." "Let it go just like that?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought that he would definitely be locked up for a few years, so he had mentally prepared himself. Fang Tai, however, was overjoyed and repeatedly cupped his hands. "Thank you, Steward Chow. Master Steward, I will remember your kindness and never forget it." Zhou Zheng didn't comment and opened the cell door, saying, "Get out, both of you. What are you still doing in there?" Fang Tai and Yang Kai walked out one by one. Zhou Zheng coldly snorted, "If it weren't for the fact that something happened in the orchard today, I wouldn't have cared about your lives." Fang Tai said, "Is it about the chief steward's patrol?" This wasn't a secret. The chores in the chores room had all heard about it from different sources. At that time the numbers were correct, but after a few days the numbers were wrong. Yang Kai scanned the orchard with his divine senses and carefully searched the fruit trees one by one. After a while he finally found something. He went straight to a fire spirit fruit tree and stared at a certain spot. There should have been a fire spirit fruit in that spot, but at this moment there was nothing. On the stem where the fire spirit fruit should have been, there were still traces of freshly picked fruit. Even if Yang Kai had not picked the fire spirit fruit before, he knew that the fruit here had been picked less than 2 hours ago. Someone actually stole his fruit while he was not around? Kai Yang flew into a rage. Which idiot would be so daring as to do such a stupid thing? Stealing the fire spirit fruit could put him in a disadvantageous situation, but if the truth was found out, even 100 lives would not be enough to kill him. Who on earth was doing such a thing that harmed others without benefiting themselves? Or rather, who had a grudge against him? In the entire fire spirit land, Yang Kai did not know many people. The only ones who had a grudge against him were Zhou Zheng and Fang Tai, who he had a fight with yesterday. Fang Tai did not have the opportunity to do so. When he came over, he had not moved yet. Could it be Zhou Zheng? It should not be him either. Zhou Zheng had rescued him and Fang Tai from the market, so he also had no time to do such a thing. If it was not Zhou Zheng or Fang Tai, then who else had a grudge against him? After thinking about it, Yang Kai could not think of anything. However, the figure of shaking bear Xiang Yong flashed through his mind. If it was Xiang Yong, then there was a possibility. However, there was no grudge between him and Xiang Yong. There was no reason for the other party to be so heavy-handed, right? Perhaps he could ask Dayu. When he came over, Dayu had been in his orchard. Perhaps she had seen something. After making up his mind, just as he was about to move, he suddenly heard a bustling sound coming from not far away. When he looked up, Yang Kai's expression stiffened. He saw a group of people flying through the air, neither too fast nor too slow. The person in the lead had a dignified appearance. When he looked around, he had a dignified expression. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a person of high status and was around 40 years old. On his left, Du Ruffing was half a step behind to accompany him. He had a smile on his face and was saying something to the man. The man only had his hands behind his back. From time to time he would lower his head and look around. Occasionally he would nod. Behind Du Ruffing was Zhou Zheng. However, looking at his position in the crowd, it seemed that he was the kind of person who could not even speak. Even though he had never seen them before, Yang Kai immediately recognized that the middle-aged man in the lead should be the chief manager of the entire Kikikyo land. He instinctively shrunk his neck. If the orchard was peaceful, he had nothing to be afraid of. However, now that his territory was missing a fruit, this matter was a little difficult to explain. In his heart, he secretly prayed that this group of people would leave quickly and not pay attention to him. However, what he was afraid of just had to happen. While he was feeling guilty, Yang Kai heard the chief manager say, "Isn't that Duan Hai's General Sichin? Why did he come to the orchard?" Yang Kai almost spat out blood. He was so preoccupied with his guilty conscience that he actually forgot that the great general was still lying on his head. The great general's body was dazzling with golden light, like a lighthouse in the darkness. It was difficult not to notice it. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought the great general with him today. He should have left it in the servant room. Du Ruffing said, "The chief manager is right." Under the third-grade heaven-opening realm, it's impossible to see through its flaws. Even those above the third-grade heaven-opening realm might be able to deceive them as long as they don't search carefully. Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue. It was good to have a backer. He didn't have to worry about breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. He had a lot of treasures in his hands, such as the capturing heaven net and the shadowless veil. On the other hand, he had worked so hard to fight with his wits and strength here, all for the identity of a small orchard manager. Just as he was speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly brightened. The fish has taken the bait. Below, Xiang Yong, who was leaning against a fruit tree with his arms crossed and dozing off, slowly opened his eyes. He looked around for a while, then stood up with a dignified and hesitant look on his face, as if he had encountered something difficult to decide. After hesitating for a long time, Xiang Yong made up his mind and turned his head to call out, "Old Fang, take care of the orchard for me." After saying this, without waiting for Old Fang's agreement, he directly soared into the sky in the direction of the center of the orchard. Under the shadowless veil, Yang Kai and Du Ruffing looked at each other. Du Ruffing said, "I'm afraid it's really like what you said." Yang Kai said, "Master, you'll know when you see it." Du Ruffing no longer said anything. He urged the shadowless veil and quietly followed behind Xiang Yong. Xiang Yong looked back several times but found nothing. After a short while, 1,000 blades peak appeared in front of them. This peak was strange, like a sword inserted into the ground. The scenery on the peak was good, but it was surrounded by orchards and there were no other peaks in the distance. It was a very rare solitary peak. There was a hall on 1,000 Blades Peak, where the orchard manager usually lived and worked. From time to time, there were handymen coming in and out of the peak. Obviously they were all looking for Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng liked to work in the pavilion on the edge of the peak outside the hall. Sitting in the pavilion, he could see the small mountains and the continuous orchard below. It gave people a feeling that everything was under his control. Zhou Zheng liked this feeling. At this moment there were not many handymen looking for Zhou Zheng. After all, nothing serious happened in the orchard. Even if there was a problem, the handymen would find a way to solve it. Only when there was something they couldn't solve would they come to Zhou Zheng. When Xiang Yong arrived, he didn't go to Zhou Zheng immediately, probably because he felt a little guilty. He waited for 2 hours until all the other handymen left. In the pavilion, Zhou Zheng didn't raise his head. "What's the matter?" "Steward Chow," Xiang Yong shouted in a low voice. Zhou Zheng's expression changed. He looked up and saw Xiang Yong. He immediately looked around and gritted his teeth. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to look for me during this time?" Xiang Yong stretched his neck and said, "I don't want to bother Steward Chow, but there's something I don't understand. I need Steward Chow's help." "What's so important?" Zhou Zheng's expression was ugly. "That Yang Kai, shut up." Zhou Zheng suddenly stood up and glared at Xiang Yong for a while. He said in a low voice, "Come with me." With his hands behind his back, he led the way to the main hall. Xiang Yong scratched his head and had no choice but to follow. The two entered the main hall one after the other. Zhou Zheng waved the token in his hand and opened the restriction. He then turned around and glared at Xiang Yong. "But master, isn't this something that only the Qiqiao Lan disciples can wear?" "So you're already a Qiqiao Lan disciple," Du Ruffing said with a smile. Yang Kai immediately revealed a surprised expression. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you master for your promotion." He respectfully received the rainbow shirt with both hands. He didn't need to hide anything and directly put it on. Du Ruffing nodded at the side. "Not bad, the size is just right. When you have time, go to the personnel hall to get your disciple token and get a few more sets of clothes." "Yes, master." Saying so, Fang Tai formed a seal with one hand and his originally weak aura suddenly swelled. At the same time, a profound aura began to spread from his body. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Just as he felt that this aura was a little familiar, Fang Tai opened his mouth and spat out an ancient seal. This seal looked inconspicuous, but it contained a terrifying power. A Dao seal. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he thought to himself, "No wonder it felt a little familiar." It turned out that he had done this before. Back in the star boundary, Yang Kai had been forced to release his Dao seal and fight a desperate battle with the great demon god. Yang Kai had not expected that outside this world, his first enemy would deal with him in such a manner. How powerful a Dao seal could be when released was something Yang Kai was well aware of, so when he saw the ancient seal turn into a stream of light and rush towards him, Yang Kai immediately retreated. At the same time, he raised his arms slightly and swung it forward, sending the blue dragon spear in his hand flying. The two streams of light collided mid-air, creating a loud bang that shook the heavens and earth. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, causing even the barrier around Jiang Sheng's artifact to ripple. At this moment, Ma Lu rushed over and stood in front of Yang Kai, his fat body like a city wall, blocking the storm in front of him, his palms constantly striking forward to offset the terrifying shockwaves. After a dozen breaths of time, everything slowly stabilized. Yang Kai, who was hiding behind Ma Lu, poked his head out and saw that Fang Tai's burly figure had completely shriveled up, his aura so weak that it seemed he would soon die. He was not as lucky as Yang Kai, nor was he as strong as Yang Kai. After releasing his Dao seal, it had been completely destroyed after colliding with the blue dragon spear. However, this Dao seal was the condensation of his cultivation, so when it was destroyed, his strength would also disappear. Although he had not died at this moment, he would not live for long. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and swore that he would never release his Dao seal unless absolutely necessary. This was simply too dangerous. "Junior brother Yang, are you all right?" Ma Lu turned around and asked with concern. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Thanks to Big Brother's protection, Junior brother is fine." "It's good that you are fine. Junior brother, you must remember that fighting outside of Chengquan is different from your previous experiences. The most important thing is to be on guard against this kind of desperate situation. If you are not careful, you will be unlucky," Ma Lu said earnestly. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "I will remember." Ma Lu said, "It's fine as long as you remember it. Go take that guy's head and we can go back and report back. We've run too far this time. If we don't hurry back, senior brother won't feel confident." Yang Kai nodded and slowly ran towards Fang Tai. He waved his hand in the air and the blue dragon spear immediately flew back. On the other side, Fang Tai was already gasping for breath. Yang Kai came in front of him and looked down. He saw that Fang Tai's eyes were cloudy, as if he had aged a few thousand years in an instant. Even his body did not have much vitality left. He did not know if he could see clearly, but Fang Tai's mouth squirmed and a low voice came out. "If you kill me, you will not have an easy time." With a swish, the long spear thrust forward and Fang Tai's head flew, but not much blood flowed from the neck. Jiang Sheng flew over at the right time, wrapped the head in a black cloth he had prepared, and directly put it into his space ring, grinning meaningfully as he said, "Success." The order they had received was to assist Yang Kai in retrieving the head of the traitor Fang Tai. Now that everything had been completed, they could naturally return home. Yang Kai raised his hand to block and called out, "Brothers, don't fight." The crackling sounds instantly stopped, and the two men cried out at the same time, "Yang Kai." After calling out, they called out again, "Ma Lu." "Jiang Sheng?" Ma Lu nodded and said, "Oh, so you guys were brought in as well. I thought someone was trying to ambush me." Jiang Sheng asked, "Who on earth is the one who did this? What is this place?" Yang Kai said, "I didn't see who it was, but this should be the inner space of a secret treasure. When Brother Jiang was taken away, I caught a glimpse of a secret treasure that looked like a sack." Ma Lu said in a low voice, "A sack? Old Jiang, do you know what it is?" "I've never heard of it." Jiang Sheng slowly shook his head and said in a serious voice, "But to be able to bring us in without anyone noticing, this expert is at least a 4th stage heaven splitter." 4th stage heaven splitter. Yang Kai was surprised. Why did he bring us in? Ma Lu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How would I know? But he might have settled down in this world, and we disturbed him when we were killing that traitor. Could it be an enemy of our Chiqiao land? Yang Kai guessed. I just told him who I was, but he ignored me. Jiang Sheng swallowed his saliva. "Junior brother, don't say any more. Your senior brother is scared to death. Please don't be an enemy of our Chiqiao land. Otherwise, none of us will be able to live. It's best if it's like what old Ma said. We accidentally disturbed them and they want to punish us." Ma Lu suddenly called out, Senior, we didn't know Senior was here. We offended you before, please forgive us." Jiang Sheng also hurriedly said, "That's right, Senior. Master, please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. Let us out first. If there's anything we can talk about it. Junior apologizes to you first." These two didn't care if others could hear them and begged first. Yang Kai was speechless. After shouting for a long time, there was no response, so the two went to rest. Ma Lu sighed, "I knew it wouldn't be good if we went too far." "It really isn't good." Yang Kai asked, Do we have any enemies in Qiqiao land? Never heard of them. Jiang Xing shook his head, but us brothers have only been in Qiqiao land for 1,000 years. Maybe we really do have enemies. But since Senior only wants to capture and not kill us, he shouldn't do anything to us. Ma Lu nodded. Old Jiang is right. If he really is an enemy of our Qiqiao land, he would have killed us long ago. After comforting themselves, the two finally stopped panicking. They didn't know how long they had been in this cramped space. Suddenly, a ray of light shone in as if a skylight had opened above them. The three trapped inside didn't hesitate. Almost at the same time, they activated their movement techniques and rushed towards the skylight. In an instant, they broke free of their bindings and appeared in a cave. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were obviously of the same mind. As soon as they were free, they immediately looked around. Chapter 3882. Is Senior doing this just to control me? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's right. Then there's no need to go through so much trouble. Senior only needs to plant a soul brand in my knowledge sea, and the same effect will naturally occur, the man sneered. If you hadn't condensed your own Dao seal, this would indeed be a good method, but since you have one, as long as it isn't destroyed, you can naturally find a way to escape this king's control. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Back in the star boundary, it was too easy to control someone. As long as one was strong enough, one could brand their knowledge sea with their soul brand and naturally control everything. How could this method, which had worked 100 times over, not work in the outside world? Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai suddenly understood. When he condensed his Dao seal, Yang Kai clearly remembered that he had condensed all of his strength into his Dao seal. In other words, for someone like him, the Dao seal was his foundation. If he wanted to completely control someone, he could only start with the Dao seal. Simply starting with the soul was not enough. However, looking at the fates of Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, Yang Kai's heart was filled with apprehension. Who knew whether or not he would be sent to the underworld to reunite with his two cheap senior brothers after swallowing this centipede? Even heaven-opening realm masters couldn't resist it, so how could he? He wanted to say something to stall for time, but the man didn't give him a chance. His big hand reached out and grabbed his chin, forcing his mouth open. His other hand picked up the centipede and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Then, with a light lift of his hand, Yang Kai swallowed the centipede into his stomach, not even giving him a chance to resist. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai realized the gap between him and his opponent. A burning sensation flowed down his throat and into his stomach, and Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. He reached into his mouth wanting to pull the centipede out, but how could he pull it out? Under his perception, the originally motionless centipede in the box became extremely active after entering his stomach, turning into a mass of pure energy that rampaged through his body. An indescribable pain instantly enveloped Yang Kai, causing him to roar, his eyes bulging. The man retreated to the side and coldly watched, his expression indifferent. He had no intention of helping at all, as if his life depended on Yang Kai's own fortune. In the cave, Yang Kai's painful roars continued. He had never experienced such unbearable torture. His body alternated between hot and cold. When it was hot, it felt like his entire body was on fire, and when it was cold, his entire body would emit cold chi, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. As the hot and cold alternated, his life force dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. A dim light flashed in the man's eyes. Although he had already expected this, seeing Yang Kai's performance so poor, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. But this was understandable. After all, the previous two first-grade heaven splitters hadn't been able to survive and had been tortured to death. How could a brat who had just condensed a Dao seal create a miracle? However, if he couldn't find a suitable chess piece, he wouldn't be able to carry out the next step of his plan. He didn't know when he would be able to catch the disciples of the Qiqiao lands again. In just half an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai was only breathing in and out. Blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices, and his miserable appearance was exactly the same as the dead Ma Lu in Jianghu. His vitality had also fallen to rock bottom, and in a moment his soul would scatter. The man let out a long sigh and turned to walk out of the cave. Little he said, Darren is really lucky. I've served by Darren Du's side for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen a servant who only spent half a year to be promoted to an ordinary disciple. Yang Kai cupped his hands in the direction of the previous hall. It's all thanks to Brother Du's guidance. He paused for a moment, then said, Oh right, Miss Xiaohe, where should I live now? Xiaohe pursed her lips and smiled, You'll live where Steward Chow used to live. It's still the errand boy's quarters. Yang Kai snapped his fingers. However, Zhou Zheng's quarters were definitely different from the errand boy's quarters. The place was bigger and the environment was better. He hadn't been there yet, so he wasn't too sure about it. Then Master, please go back and rest. I also need to go back and report. Xiaohe gracefully bowed. Although she served Du Ruffing, she wasn't a disciple of Qiqiao. Yang Kai guessed that she should have been an errand boy before. Du Ruffing saw that she was pretty, so he took her in. Thank you, Mississippi. As Yang Kai spoke, he casually stuffed a few heaven-opening pills into her hands. Xiaohe took them and glanced at him with a smile. She didn't refuse, turning around and soaring into the sky, leaving Yang Kai leisurely to the errand boy's quarters. Not long after, he arrived at the errand boy's quarters. The whole village was empty. All the errand boys had gone to the orchard, so there was naturally no one here. He didn't need to go back to his original quarters. He didn't have anything to pack anyway, so he went straight to the largest building. This was where Zhou Zheng used to live, but now it was convenient for him. After checking inside and out and making sure that there was no one around, Yang Kai sneakily opened all the restrictions and hid in the secret room to let Elder Su out. Kid, you did pretty well. After Elder Su appeared, he wasn't surprised by the environment. It was as if he knew what Yang Kai was doing recently, even though he was kept in the Six Harmonies Rui pouch. He put the pouch away as he spoke. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, Elder Su, I've done what you asked. I can't do anything else. I wish Elder Su good luck and success. Elder Su laughed strangely. Don't worry. If I say it's none of your business, then it's none of your business. Take care of yourself. Yang Kai said seriously, I'm really worried about you, Elder Su. After all, you're alone. Although I haven't been here for long, I know that there are quite a few middle-level Kai Tian cultivators in Kikikyo. Elder Su, how confident are you that you're here to seek revenge? Elder Su glanced at him. Since this king dared to come, I'm naturally fully prepared. Then I'm relieved. Old Man Su quickly left. After sending Old Man Su away, Yang Kai didn't even have time to close the door when he saw Great General Si Chen walking over from the other side of the village, his whole body shining with a dazzling golden light. Chapter 3887. A figure flashed and Yang Kai instantly disappeared. Duan Hai, who had been sitting on the throne, raised his eyes and shouted, "Space Principles." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion. Following this action, inside the fire spirit land, Yang Kai, who had just escaped from the main hall, immediately felt a great sense of crisis. Turning his head, he saw a giant hand appear behind him, seemingly capable of lifting the heavens and lifting the sea, trying to grab him. Yang Kai was shocked. He continued to push his space principles as his figure flickered, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape from the range of this giant hand. There was also a powerful aura firmly locking onto him. As the giant hand descended, covering the sky, Yang Kai's body tightened and he let out a muffled groan as the scene in front of him changed rapidly. By the time he recovered, he had already appeared in a secret room. Duan Hai, Du Ruffing, and Yu Lian were all here, standing behind Duan Hai, one with an indifferent expression and the other with a smile on his face. Yang Kai's spirit was tense as he looked around but couldn't find any way to escape, his mouth filled with bitterness. Damn, I'm afraid I'm done for. Even using the space divine technique, I can't escape from Duan Hai's grasp. The gap in strength between me and this fourth-stage heaven splitter is just too big. Junior brother Yang, why are you running? Big brother won't eat you, he just wants to borrow your wood attribute strength, Yu Lian asked with a smile. Was he waiting to die if he didn't run? Although he knew his chances of escaping were slim, he still had to try, so he said with a gloomy face, if big brother wants my wood attribute strength, he only needs to ask and junior brother will contribute it. There's no need to deceive me like this. Yu Lian chuckled, junior brother is a sensible person, so be obedient and don't resist. Yang Kai said, but I'm curious, can other people's yin, yang and 5 elements be taken by force? He had asked Old Fong this question before, but Old Fong couldn't explain it. However, since he had encountered such a thing today, it meant that the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang could be taken away. Otherwise, why would they spend so much effort? Only one kind of person's power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements can be seized by force. Perhaps because there was hope for him to advance to split the heavens, Yu Lian was in a particularly good mood. When he heard Yang Kai's question, he did not hesitate to answer. What kind of people? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. For example, junior brother has only condensed 1 type of power. If junior brother has condensed 2 types of power, then there's nothing we can do. Yu Lian explained with a smile, and after forcefully stripping it out, junior brother's wood elemental power will drop by 1 or 2 levels. But that's okay. I heard that junior brother's wood elemental power is at least level 5. As for me, I only need level 4. So as long as I'm lucky, I can still use it even if its level drops. Yang Kai understood. I see. Yu Lian said, junior brother, do you have anything else you want to ask? Yang Kai said with a sullen face, if my wood elemental power is taken away, what will happen to me? Yu Lian said, die? Of course, if you're lucky you can still live, but I'm afraid you won't be able to cultivate in the future. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. 2 endings, no matter which one it was, would be a very tragic situation for a cultivator. If he couldn't cultivate, he might as well just die. Not giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, Yu Lian turned around and cupped his fist to Duan Hai. Thank you for your trouble, Venerable. Duan Hai gently nodded, raised his hand and waved it fiercely. With a clatter, the sound of chains shuttling through the void rang out as a burst of energy rushed towards him from all directions. Yang Kai looked around and saw a series of thumb-thick chains composed of complex runes piercing towards him. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but his body stiffened and he couldn't move at all. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk, a series of noises rang out as the invisible chains pierced through his body. Yang Kai instantly cried out in pain as his clothes became soaked with sweat. The spirit array under his feet lit up and slowly rotated. There was actually a spirit array set up here, so it seemed that this spirit array had been prepared beforehand and was only waiting for the right time to pull him over and deprive him of his wood elemental power. The chains stretched taut and pulled Yang Kai up into the air. Duan Hai and Yu Lian's figures flickered as they each stepped into a different spirit array, leaving Du Ruffing to stand guard. Yang Kai was extremely anxious. Now that he was in a situation where he had no chance of survival, it was impossible for him to get out of this predicament with his own strength. The only person he could count on was Old Man Su. However, Old Man Su had been in the 7 Secrets land for 3 months without any news. Yang Kai didn't know where he was or what he was doing, so it was unrealistic to expect him to come and save him. What's more, Yang Kai was afraid that he had already lost his value to Old Man Su. On the contrary, his life and death were in Old Man Su's hands. Even if Old Man Su knew about his situation, he probably wouldn't care. Inside the spirit array, Yulian sat down cross-legged, a mysterious aura pulsing from his body. On the other side, Duanhai also wore a solemn expression as he constantly formed seals with his hands. With the clattering of the chains, Yang Kai could clearly feel a strong force being transmitted from the chains to his body, shaking his Dao seal and extracting his wood elemental power. An indescribable pain came from all over his body, causing Yang Kai to grit his teeth as blue veins began to appear on his forehead. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Behind Yang Kai, a giant black centipede phantom suddenly appeared and firmly locked Yang Kai in place. No matter what Duanhai did, he was unable to extract the wood elemental power from Yang Kai's body. Flying black-back centipede? A trace of surprise flashed across Duanhai's eyes as he shouted in a low voice. Stopping the hand seals he was forming, his figure flashing over to Yang Kai's side and placing his hand on Yang Kai's spine. A moment later, a violent force rushed into Yang Kai's body as he examined his Dao seal. In the next instant, Duanhai's expression changed as he shouted, "Boy, who planted this flying black-back centipede in you?" Yang Kai could only gasp in pain, his face as white as paper, but he still sneered, "Damn you." He had not expected that the flying black-back centipede, which had originally been a hindrance to him, would actually save him in this moment of crisis. This was truly a stroke of luck. Chapter 3888. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he had gone out last time with Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng as First Order splitting the heavens, he had never seen them fight, so he didn't know what kind of strength they possessed. What's more, the gap between a First Order splitting the heavens and a Fourth Order splitting the heavens was simply too big. Now that Duanhai and Old Man Su had fought, the aftermath of their attacks had almost taken his life. This was the heaven-opening realm. If a mid-rank splitting the heavens had such power, then what about a high rank splitting the heavens? Blood spurting from his mouth and nose, Yang Kai's eyes were as bright as stars. Dust and smoke rose up as the hall collapsed and darkness enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai was in extreme pain as the collapsed building was pressing down on him, but fortunately the force that had been restraining him had disappeared. This place had been destroyed, so the spirit array arranged here had naturally lost its function. But without the shackles of this spirit array, Yang Kai was able to regain his freedom. With a shake of his arms, Yang Kai removed the debris that had been pressing down on him and light reappeared in front of him. Before he had time to assess his surroundings, he heard a light cough from nearby. Yang Kai turned his head to look, a fierce light flashing across his eyes as he reached out and grasped the blue dragon spear. Shaking the spear, Yang Kai poured all of his strength into it and with a resounding dragon roar, he thrust it forward. With a bang, a large amount of rubble was sent flying, revealing Yulian's figure underneath. Blood spurting from his mouth, Yulian's eyes bulged as he stared in shock. Die! Yang Kai roared as his space principles fluctuated. At the same time, a black ball appeared at the tip of the blue dragon spear, which had been poured into Yulian's body. Everything collapsed. A huge hole immediately appeared in Yulian's chest as his 5 viscera and 6 bowels disappeared. Grabbing the blue dragon spear with one hand, Yulian's other hand reached out towards Yang Kai, a destructive aura pulsing from it. Yang Kai took a deep breath, his chest bulging as he opened his mouth and spat out a sharp breath, cutting through the layers of flesh on Yulian's arm like a sharp blade, revealing the white bone underneath. A shriek came out of Yulian's mouth. Yang Kai raised his spear and threw Yulian's body into the air. The sky was filled with spear shadows. In just 3 breaths, by the time Yang Kai pulled back his spear, Yulian had already fallen to the ground like a ragged sack. There were countless holes all over his body, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. His vitality was quickly fading away, and it seemed that he would not be able to survive. Before he could rejoice that he had escaped death, a murderous aura came from behind him. Yang Kai quickly turned around and blocked with his spear. With a crisp sound, a huge force came, and he was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth in midair. Landing on the ground in a hurry, he looked up and saw Du Ruffing looking to the side in disbelief. "Brother, you?" Yulian's mouth opened and closed, but he was gasping for breath like a fish that had jumped ashore, unable to utter a single word. His neck tilted and he was no longer breathing. Du Rufing's hair stood on end. He simply could not accept this. Just a moment ago, his brother was still in high spirits, ready to deprive others of their wood elemental power to advance to splitting the heavens. How could he have died in the blink of an eye? He knew that the source of all this was caused by the aftermath of the battle between the unknown enemy and the Venerable. In that instant, Du Rufing almost thought that he was going to die. Although he had escaped death in the end, the aftermath of the battle had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Thinking about it, Brother Yulian was not much better off.